Right guys, welcome to my stream. This is my first time doing it. I did attempt to do it yesterday, but miserably failed while I was playing because I didn't have a good enough microphone that could hear me talking. So I've fixed that problem, and basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to play some 10-25 cents Zoom and talk you through just basically my thought processes of what I'm thinking during the hand, and yeah, just basically what I'm thinking when I'm playing poker. So we'll get underway. We're in for the maximum $25 on this table. Start off here with a Queen 6. We're not going to be jumping in and getting involved with that, I don't think. 7-4 is also going to be folded. Ace-8 folds to me here. I will attack. Hopefully the button folds and I can have position. He does. We do pick up one call. We flop a gut shot, and that's about it. But I'm still going to see bet in position here, and he does fold, and we take the money. I'll be playing this for approximately 36 minutes, I think. 35 minutes. I'm going to be playing this $27 progressive knockout, which I will stream for you guys as well. I'm going to start here with a call with a suited ace. We do flop a pair. There are 3 diamonds out there. I'm going to start here with a check. See what the German would like to do. It's $1.16. I'm going to call once here. See what he'd like to do on the turn. If we improve, that is not the best card for us here, so we're just going to check. He does check back. I think this is a good spot to bluff. If he doesn't have a diamond, it makes it very difficult for him to call. Even if he has 2 queens without a queen of diamonds, he'll have some issues calling, I think. So we'll have a crack at this. And we do take the money. Okay, move on to the next hand. Ace-2 in the small blind. There is a guy with a lot of money for this level of blinds. Like that's incredible. Alright, we'll move on. We'll find a better spot than what we were presented with there. 9-6 under the gun's going to be a fold. Pocket 10's on the button. Alright, now that it's folded to here, I think that I will be 3-betting any open, but there is no open, so we'll do the raising ourselves, and we take the money. Okay. 6-2, we're just going to fast forward and move on. Pocket 4s. With the big stack on the button, I think that I can probably just set mine here and try and get in for as cheap as possible. I don't really want to raise and get re-raised and have to play a pot out of position against someone that's got 200. In fact, I am actually just going to move on here. I think that there will be easier spots than what we're presented with there to make money. Two 4s are fold. Queen 10 under the gun, we won't be getting involved there. Seven 5. If there was an early position raise, I probably still would have folded this hand, even getting a good price, because a lot of people make mistakes by they talk about getting 2.5 to 1 on calls, but if your hand is not overly strong, I think people over defend their big blind from early position raises, whereas say I was in the big blind here and someone raised from a later position, their hand strength isn't as much as a shoe-in to be as strong. There might not be that many people playing this Zoom game, considering that guy. Actually, no, that guy must have more than one entry in because he has $100 and something stack. I swear, doesn't he? Queen 10 of diamonds. Going to start here with a call. We flop a pair. I think this is a good spot to bet out. I mean, I would have played a king this way if the original raiser was here and I called and flopped the king. I'd probably check to the raiser. So we'll start here with a bet. He does call. Still think there's a very good chance that I'll have the best hand here. Probably going to plan on check calling at this stage. 75 cents. I'm not going to fold to this price. It cost me 75 to win $3.75, so I'm just getting a ridiculous price on a call. I only have to be right here, 1 in 5. So, what do you got, buddy? He did have a better 10, but that is fine. Queen 8. Just going to move on. Same with the Queen 3. Ace 9 here. If someone raises, I'll probably call. If it gets folded to me, I'll do the raising myself. As we do now. We get called by the one player that we probably didn't want to get called by because he now has position on us. We do get 3-bet out of the small blind. Probably just going to let this one go here. I would have liked to stay and see what happens in that hand, but anyway. See what that shorter stack was planning on doing. 9-8 of diamonds from an early position is going to be a fold. Same with a 9-3. Probably going to be under the gun here or in the big blind. We are in the big blind with the Ace 7. If player raises, I will most likely be calling. And going to a flop. Can't fold an ace here to a smallish raise, getting just under 3 to 1 on a call, so show me 3 PokerStars. And catches up. We do flop the ace. I'm just going to start with a check here. If he bets, I'm probably just going to call. If he has a worse hand than me, I don't want him to fold it. And that's basically it. I'm just going to start with a call. I mean, it's still, I guess it's possible that he could have a better hand than us, but at this stage I'm still planning on check calling. He does check the turn, which makes me think that we'll probably definitely have the best hand. Going to look for a value bet here. He might have a king that might be able to call me, or even some sort of a pocket pair like pocket 7s or pocket 9s. I might decide that I have missed some sort of a draw. If he 3-bets, I'll be very confused and have to make a decision, but I'm semi-confident at the moment that we do have the best hand. And he does let us have it. Yesterday when I was trying to do this for the first time and my microphone wasn't working, I went from $25 to just under $100 in about 40 minutes. So it would have been nice to use that one, because it's going to be pretty hard to replicate that today. But I did play some pretty interesting hands, but at the same time I did have aces v queens and I had kings v queens for pretty much 100 big blind stacks, so did work out alright. I am going to limp here with a 10-3. If he raises, I'll Probably will fold depending on how much it is, but I wouldn't mind seeing a flop here. He does let us do that. It's very unlikely that I'll limp with an ace, so if he has a king, I guess I can represent a king here, I think. Going to represent the king or some sort of strength. If he has nothing, he'll fold. And we can just take the money in the middle. And he does do that for us. 6-9 suited, 6-9 unsuited on the button. I'm probably just going to let that one go. Ace-8 folds to us, we will raise. If someone does raise, I'm probably just going to fold. We do have King Nick I111 with his decent stack on the table with us. Going to fast fold the 4-7 here. Same with the Jack Dewey. King 10. Folds to us, we'll raise, depending on the size of someone else's raise. Probably not from under the gun. We are not going to try and do anything about that, especially with the monster stack on the button, who can easily 3-bet and punish if you would choose to. Queen 9 of spades. Just have to see what happens here. HS Slayer might be playing some multiple tables, and that's why he's taking so long. No, he's not. He's lost connection. Now he's back. Now he's out of here. Alright. If Luke decides to raise, alright, I'm going to check here. Flop a gut shot and a 3 flush. And we still have an overcard. These are the optimistic things that I'm trying to find with this hand. There's not much value here on calling. He only has a $10 stack. There's not much money in the middle. I'm just going to move on. Full 3 suited in a middle position. I am just going to move on with that one. The ladies. Going to pump it up under the gun with the 2 queens. See if anyone wants to do anything about it. Yibo189 decides to call, which is fine with me. Right. We do still have the overpair. We start here with a 60% pot bet against 2 opponents. If they re-raise, I won't love it, and I would probably still call. Actually, I'd definitely still call, most likely, but they do not want to play, and we move on. 2 jacks up against the monster stack of King Nicky. Then out of position, I'm going to just flat call. I don't want to play a huge pot out of position against the big stack. We'll see if we can make some good decisions post flop. The flop is 2-2-7. I'm just going to start with a check. I'd expect him to bet here. He's probably going to bet about $1.10. And I'm just going to call. He bets $1. Started with a call. Hopefully the no overcard comes. The worst of overcards decides to come. I'm going to check here. If he doesn't have an ace, he might slow down. He does not. But he's so capable of 3-barreling here. I think that I still have to call one more time and see. Because if he doesn't have an ace and I call this bet, he's most likely just going to check it back on the river unless he somehow miraculously hits a good card. So I'm just going to make one more call, check it over to him. If he bets again, I'll have to make a decision. He does check and we take the money. I'm going to check out to see what he had. He had 4s. So he's using his stack, obviously, as a intimidation factor to try and make me get off my hand. He might have thought he had the best hand until I called the turn, and then he thought, well, maybe he does have an ace. So you can't always fold when the overcard comes. You need to be able you just gotta. Sometimes you gotta call. Especially I was getting just over 3 to 1 on a call on the $1.80, and you have to be right there, 1 in 3 times to make show a profit. Jack 5 is going to be a fold. How long have we got until that tournament starts? 21 minutes. 21 more minutes of low stakes cash game. Queen 10 is going to hit the mark. 2 8s under the gun. I think that seems like a good spot to raise. A lot of people in these Zoom games fast fold and are already out of here before I even decide to make my decision. A lot of people sit there and just wait for monsters in these Zoom games, which is fine with me. Pocket 8s takes it down. King 7. We're getting 3.5 to 1 on the call. We did get raised from under the gun though, who could easily have me dominated, so I'm actually just going to move on in this spot. We did flop a 7, but we're not at the table. King Jack suited. If it gets folded to, it doesn't get folded to there. I'm just going to start here with a call. Don't want to play a big pot out of position. We do get 3-bet though. If this person calls, I have to make a decision. He does not call. Now I'm probably not getting the right price here. Well, not a awesome price, so just going to move on. I do like being in position if you haven't noticed. Okay. Jack 2 is still going to be a fold here, even though I was on the button. Not a very good hand. 7-2 is definitely going to be a fold. 7-6-5. And the 5 Dewey. Sometimes you just go through a little bit of a period with bad hands, but the good thing about Zoom is it literally only takes 30 or 40 seconds and you've pumped through 6 or 7 fast folds, so you get through them pretty quickly. Race running the gun here, not going to be defending with the Jack 2. 9-3 is going to hit Muck 2. This person's probably pretty much definitely going to raise, I think. He does not. Alright, we're going to start with a limp here. If he raises to anything under 60, I will definitely be buying. He does not. We do not flop much or anything at all. We're going to start with a check. If he checks back, we'll start thinking about trying to take this away on the turn. I mean, if he doesn't have a jack, it's pretty hard to call now. Just going to put a small bet there. And if he doesn't have anything, he might fold, but he calls. I mean, if he has a jack, he's got the nuts and he's never folding. If he has a queen or a 10, it'd be very difficult to call here, but I don't think there's enough value in the pot for me to try and start barreling at him. So you can just have it with his ace throw. He probably still would have called with that hand, I think. Unless I made it 3 pots, obviously pretty difficult to call, but if I do that into a bloke that's got a jack, I'm going to get punished. Fast fold the 10-2 here, and the King 4. And the Queen 4. God, I wish the microphone was working yesterday, so I could show some bigger hands. You never know, we might get the bigger hand today. Before the tourney starts, pocket deuces in the big blind. I wouldn't mind picking up another caller here so that I can get a better value, but we don't. I'm going to call here. If I flop a set, we've got huge implied odds against whatever this guy's rocked up with. We do not. There's not many good flops for pocket twos without a 2 on it. He's most likely going to bet here, and I'm most likely going to fold, so which is fine. I'm not going to flop a set every single time. I'm not going to flop a set even 1/7 of the time. So, still checking here. I mean, he's raised from early position. He's representing a good hand. He checks again. I'm actually starting to think that he might have a hand like 6s, 7s, or 8s, and doesn't like this board at all. So I'm actually going to try and take this away. If he calls with a king or an ace, makes me look stupid. That's fine, but looks like we might have been right on about the area of where it was. I'm going to fast fold the queen 5 here, or we're just going to fold when he gets to me. Ace 9. Would rather this hand in a different position than the small blind, but nonetheless, it is still a pretty strong hand. Just going to start with a limp here. If he decides to raise, I will pretty much definitely be calling. We don't flop anything, but I'm going to start with a check here. If he checks the flop, I will be attempting to take it away on the turn. We don't have to bet big. I mean, if he has nothing, he is most likely going to fold. So just 60% pot might just get it done, and it does. Tiny little pot for us in the micro stakes. Queen 7, just going to fast forward. Same with the 3-8. Jack 9. If it folds to me, I will be raising. If it gets min raised from a late position, I will definitely be calling on the button. Now we're starting to get a good price, so I can't see any reason why I wouldn't get in there. We flop a flush draw with the 9 high variety and the pair of jacks. I mean, I was probably definitely going to be calling Philip RZ. And now that whatever his name is gets involved, I think that there's not very good turn cards for us. I mean, even if I hit a heart, it's going to be tough decisions to make against 3 people with a 9 high flush, so I think I'll just move on there. 7-2, no thank you. 9-4 is not going to cut it. Same with the 10-8. And the 5-9. Ace 10. If it folds to us, we'll be raising. If someone raises, we'll consider 3-betting or calling. Okay, we're going to start with a raise. Hopefully the button folds and we're only up against the blinds, so we can have position, or we can just take the money. I'm never going to complain by just taking the money. Filthy Fathom decides to min raise. I am going to defend here with the King 7 suited. We flop a 3 straight and King high, and that is sounds like it's not a very good flop for us, doesn't it? I mean, oh, we have a 3 flush as well. I guess I'm actually going to call here. We can turn an 8, a 9, a king, a 7, a heart. All these things improve my hand. I'm going to call once. We might shut down. We do turn pretty much the perfect card for us without actually officially improving. We've now got the open ender and the king high flush draw. I'm going to start here with a check. If he decides to bet, I'll consider my options on either raising or folding. We do bink the runner flush, king high, and the straight, but that is not relevant at the moment. Gonna look to get a value bet in here. He does snap call. We'll have a look to see what he had. Might have missed out on some value there, the speed that he called with. He did flop the jack. Probably, I didn't have him that strong. I thought that he, once he checked the turn, he was not possessing top pair, but anyway, we're going to start here with a limp against the monster stack of King Nicky. If he raises, which he does, I am going to call. I mean, if I flop a 3, we've seen before that he's quite willing to continue betting with marginal hands. So we're going to look to flop a set. We do not. Let's start with a check. That's $1.20. I mean, that's pretty scary ball for my hand. Lots of tough decisions to be made if I'm going to try and put him on nothing. So we'll just move on. The Queen 8 is going to be a fold. Same with the Queen 6. Two queens again for us. Someone raises, so I will be re-raising. And if it folds to me, I'll obviously be raising. 75. Alright, let's crank it up to $2.50. If someone decides to 4-bet, I will not like it. And I'll have decisions to make. He does decide to flat call. We still have the overpair. I'm going to start here with a $3.25 bet. And he does insta-mark and we take the money. Eight, 9 suited. I'm going to attack here. I haven't played a hand like this yet. I know that we're not on a table where people can remember how you're playing, but that is fine. If this player doesn't have an ace here, it's going to be pretty difficult for him to call. It's pretty hard to flop trip 7s as well. So we're going to start here with a bet, and he does give us the money. $3-9 offsuit in the small blind. I'll most likely not be playing this hand. In fact, I'm just going to fast forward it so I don't even have to worry about it. Same with the 2-3. $6-9. Just going to move on. Same with the 6-4. Not going to attack the blinds with 8-3. Or the 10-7. 8-9 again. If it folds to us, I'll probably raise. If someone else decides to raise, I'll probably just move on, and that's what we do. They want me to play 8-9. They keep dealing me 8-9, so this time I'm going to say okay. I do get 3-bet by King Nicky, who also has position on me, so I've been punished. Alright, King Nicky, you can keep adding to your stack. Ace-9. There is a guy with $3.20 in front of him, so if he shoves, we'll definitely have to call. He does not. We do flop top pair with a 3 flush. I'm going to start here with a bet for value and protection. He does fold and we take the money. Seven minutes until that tournament starts, so I'll keep playing cash game for another 7 minutes, and then we will start playing some progressive knockouts. They're very good fun, those tournaments, especially if you get deep in them. You can basically, if you don't know how it works, you start with $27 buy-in, $12.50 of your money goes into the actual prize pool. $12.50 becomes a bounty in front of you, and PokerStars take rake on the rest. If you knock out a player, you take you put half their bounty in your pocket, and the other half of the bounty then becomes on your bounty. So bounties grow during the tournament. If you knock out 3 or 4 people, you can start growing your bounty, putting half in your pocket, half in front of you. Eventually, if you do bust, someone will take yours. So it becomes a game of trying to outstack, have more chips than people on the table, so that people don't attack your bounty all the time. It's a game within a game. 2 queens again here. We're going to start with a 75. If Islander Co decided to re-raise, I would have told him that he can play for his whole stack. But he does not. He gets around to the big blind. The queens again, for the 3rd time, remain the overpair, which is pleasing. If he leads, I am going to 3-bet, because, like, what have you got? You flopped a set and you decided to lead into me, you flopped 2-bet? I don't think so. His most likely hand is just a 9, so we'll look to get some value from that sort of a hand. He does call, and he decides to check this time. Hopefully he hasn't turned 2-pair with Jack 9, but I'm still going to keep going on that value betting ways. He does shovel in. Okay. What can you have that will play this way? Just to defend out of the blinds. I mean, I guess he might have flopped 2-pair. It's very, very, very strange that he would just shove there. That is a lot for the pot size. Because I can't put him on a hand, I'm actually going to fold, because I just don't have enough information on what story he's trying to tell me there. But I guess a flop 2-pair and a flop set would make sense there, but I'm not sure he had that sort of hand. Maybe I should have called, but anyway. Going to hopefully be in position here with the Queen Jack against everybody. I'm not, because the player gets involved. He was the original raiser, wasn't he? My hand is too good here to fold at this stage. I'm going to start with a call and see what he would like to do on the turn, see if he slows down. If he bets $5 or more, I'm probably going to have to let this one go. I mean, he's representing a very strong hand. I do have the blocker for in case he has queens, but kings or aces seem very likely here the way that he's played this hand. Is it possible that he's bluffed me? Of course. Could just be barreling away with ace king, but I mean, if I call that, it's going to probably be all in on the river, and I'm only sitting here with 1 pair. That is fine. Ace 9. If he gets raised from anywhere from now, I'm going to be calling. Maybe not that size raise though. The 4x and the early position limp, they're both going to have position on me after the flop, so you might think that's a tight fold. It probably is, but we're going to move on nonetheless. 2600 the gun is going to be a fold. 3-9 of spades in the small blind. If it folds to me, I will just complete. If anyone decides to raise, I will just move on, and that's what happens. Only 2 minutes till the tournament starts, so this will be the last probably 4 or 5 hands, and then I'll start getting into tournament mode. The Jack 10 here, if it gets folded to me, I will raise. Can't see any reason why not. Phantom decides to call. The big blind is probably going to call, he does not. Pretty good flop for us here. I mean, if he has a king, it's obviously a good flop for him, but it's pretty hard for him to flop anything here. I don't expect him to fold pocket pairs in this situation, or a 6, but all the other hands that he could possibly have would be in trouble. I'm going to bet twice here. I want ace highs, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 5s, those sort of hands to fold. If he calls again here, he does not, he raises. I guess I can let him have this one. If he has a king, I'll be miles behind, but anyway. Okay, the 2-3 is not going to cut it. Neither will the king 4 or the 10-3. Jack 3, we're just going to move on again. Tournament's about to begin in 1 minute. I will play a couple more hands and then I'll move on to tournament mode. There'll be 2 more hands here, guys. Alright, so we're going to play pocket 2s to end with, maybe. Just limping in here, looking to set mine. Looks like I'm going to probably get away with it. We do not flop a set. If he checks, I will be betting. If he bets, I'll probably fold. Alright, we're going to have a 1 stab at it here. If he doesn't have anything, he'll probably fold. 7-8 first hand of the progressive. Okay, it looks like we did win that hand. Alright, going to close this table. Bring up the 27 progressive. Make sure that fits into the size of that I need. Okay, I've had some success in these $27 progressives. If you get deep in them, they can become a very, very fun game. When you start thinking about bounties, and you can stack some people for, you might, in the final sort of 3 tables, if you're lucky enough to make it that far, you can stack people for a few $100s in hands without even making a pay jump. For the first few levels, I'll bring up the lobby structure. There's no antes until level 6 and the blinds are 10 minutes, so for the first few levels of this tournament, we're going to be playing relatively tight. I'm not going to try and attack the blinds to win 45 chips. I know it's only a 3,000 starting stack, but would like to preserve my stack for larger hands. Hopefully I can get a double up by the time we get to this stage, and then we can start thinking about getting out of line sometimes. Ace 9 in the big blind here. If the button does decide to raise, I am going to call. Too good of a hand to lay down to a single raise. Getting 3.5 to 1 on a call here. We do flop a 9 and a 3 flush, an ace high. We'll start with the check. If he decides to bet, we will be calling again. Depending on sizing, he's probably going to bet 140. He does bet 180, which is a little bit larger than what I would like, but my hands are too good to fold at this stage. So if I call, if he has nothing, he might shut down on the turn. We could turn a heart, we could turn a 9 or an ace. We turn a 3 of spades. Start with a check. If he decides to bet here again, he's probably going to bet over 300, and I'm going to have to let this one go. Hopefully he doesn't decide to do that and just checks. 420. I mean, I don't think we played this hand that bad. We did flop a pair and a 3 flush. We had outs to improve, and sometimes we just had the best hand on the flop a lot of the time. But looks like he might have had a better hand this. Could he be buffing me? Of course, but we move on. Queen 7 of diamonds in the small blind. If it folds to me, I will be just completing. No need to try and get out of line to make 45 chips at this stage. It's very early in the tournament, and there's no antes in play. I mean, if there was antes, I would probably consider attacking. I'm starting with a check. I know I did flop top pair, but if he decides to bet, I will re-raise or just call. Not a very good card for us on the turn, but I'm still going to start seeing if I can get some value out of this hand. Just going to bet 36. If he has nothing, he'll fold, and we move on. In my tournaments, I do like sometimes limping my button with these sorts of hands. Hands that can't stand a 3-bet, but can limp, say, for 30. He makes it 90, then you can play your hand in position. Still going to fold here. Just watch this hand and see what these guys are up to. Might actually have a look and see what other tournaments are on. I might play 2 tournaments at once because it seems like it's a bit slow and not very entertaining at all playing one tournament. What have we got? We're playing in that one now. The next progressive knockout is not until 10 o'clock, which is quite a while away. I do enjoy the progressive knockouts. I mean, there's not that too many things there which seem to fascinate me, so maybe we'll just stick to this. Ace 3, raising a 3-bet, I'm going to be folding. Old Mr. Potato Head thinks he might have a decision on the button. He's raised his eyebrow, but he does fold. He could be playing more tables, he's not. And Olivia Foxy takes it down. We move on to the next hand. Ace Queen. So on raises, I'll probably 3-bet with this sort of a strong hand, but no one decides to raise, so I'm going to do the raising myself. Hopefully I can keep actual position in this hand if they still fold, and maybe pick up a call from the blinds. If one of them decide to 3-bet, I'll probably just call. But they don't, and we take money. 7-10. Just going to organise a fold here. Was having some fun with my housemates before. Snapchat have created a new thing. If you guys have Snapchat, I don't know if any of you guys have seen it yet. This sort of rubbish.
because of it older in the last few days.
I don't know if you can see that very well. I think I'm crying in that last one. But anyway, the silly times. So what's happened in this hand? I haven't really been watching. Would have had a 10 by the looks of it. Guy's bet a smallish size bet on the river. And he's taking it down. The king 4 is not going to cut it for me. Mr. Potato Head seems to be taking all the time in the world with his decisions. Playing one table mate and it's unraised. Yes, I was limp under the gun. Is that firing your brain? I mean, you shouldn't take this off for people to make decisions, so especially in this early in the tournament with the blinds. But we have to put up with it sometimes. Tank, 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 tank. Alright, we're around. See what this guy's decided to limp under the gun with. Hopefully this goes a showdown. We can take a mental note on what that guy is getting up to. He does decide to lead the flop. Gets called. Bombs the turn for an entire pot. And gets 3-bet to a large amount. If that calls, looks like this might get a showdown. They're going to get their stacks in by the looks of it. No. I mean, you don't find out. Alright, the blinds have just gone up. 8-9 under the gun is not going to be getting played. This Potato Head maybe has some internet issues. It just did say that he was sitting out for a second. We have 9-8. We did flop a gut shot, but I think it went raise, re-raise, call, call, call. By the looks of it. So this pot could get quite large. The original raiser does make it more. And he goes all in. Zebra Orange has a decision to make. A lot of people seem to go all in these progressives. They don't mind getting it in. That's alright. If we pick up some hands, we might be able to take some bounties. The 8-6 of diamonds in the big blind. If someone decides to min raise from preferably not under the gun, which looks like it doesn't happen, not what we're calling. The limp is okay as well. I mean, this hand has potential to flop quite well. We're not there yet though. Makes it 100. Getting over 3-1 on a call here. I'm going to defend. I expect that guy to call as well, so we get some good odds. We're starting with a check. We do flop the gut shot. but not to the nuts. Feeder 7, 8-10 will become a straight. We do block 8-10 with our 8 slightly, but I guess we're just going to have to fold here. I expect that person will probably fold as well, and that guy will pick up the pot. He does not. Makes it more. The limp call 3-bet flop. See what he's turned up with. He didn't get that. $680. Decision time for this fella. He does make the call with the flush and gets it done. So what happened this hand? Limp, raise, call, bet, 3-bet, call, bet, call, bluff, call. Alright. Just going to fold the 4-5 in the small blind here. Tournaments are sometimes a game of patience. You cannot just get in there and box on too early. When our position in the tournament is more important. What do you call him? Sick call, man. Sick call, man. He's impressed. And now he's all in. In the hand that I've been watching. Oh, he was all in. He's put pressure on. We'll put that up by goal. Alright, 7-8 on the button. If it fails to us, we raise. If it's only a min raise, I might consider calling on the button. The 3x under the gun is not gonna cut it. Playing Zoom, I'm used to just bang another hand. Why am I still here? It's alright though. Tank. He does make the call. Mr. Potato Head doesn't mind a tank. He does act a little bit quicker this time. Bet, re-raise, call. Interesting. Tasuttery is trying to make out that he's got a pretty strong hand here. We'll see if ICWWW decides to believe him. He does in the end. He probably had some sort of a high flush draw. Maybe ace king with the ace of diamonds or the king of diamonds. I see. Gonna fold the queen deuce here. If antes are in play, I would consider attacking if it did get folded to me, but it does not anyone. So we move on. There is a bet and a call, and then a 3-bet to 360 from the button from the fella from Hungary. Don't know if I'm saying this right, but just Suttery decides to get involved again. First check on the flop. I would expect this fella to try and take this away now, getting checked 2 twice. He does attempt that, and he gets a throw. For 8 of diamonds. I'm going to organise a fold here still. It's only early. The bind's only 20-40. We don't need to start panicking. We still have plenty of big binds, even though I haven't got off to a good start. I mean, that guy's only got 920. You see in these progressives, people love attacking the short stacks. They just want that $6.12 or 13 in their pocket. And sometimes, if we get later, you'll see that they're willing to do a lot to try to get those bounties. Nearly willing to get in there with anything. So hopefully we can get that late. The King 9 here, I might attack if it gets folded to me. It does not, and we move on again. Playing super tight to start off with, but that's fine. Only seen 3 flops out of 16 hands. But we did win. We have won 2 pots. So that's something. Turns out it wouldn't have been a very good flop anyway. Person's all in and call. Top pair versus Ace Queen High, who beats the Queen on the turn and gets the double up. So this is a situation now where 555 is going to be shoving very, very soon, and it would be a very good time to pick up a hand to pick up his bounty, but the Jack 5 is just not going to cut it, especially when the both of them under the gun. A lot of people in these games seem like don't want to raise. They might just limp in, get the shove, and then call, and then just gamble, instead of raising, and then that guy ends up folding and they play a pot against someone else. But hopefully we can pick up a hand and pick up that bounty. Except sometimes, as well in this game, I might pick up a hand under the gun here and raise. He shoves, and then we'll go call, call, call. And I'm just sitting here with Ace King, just like, yeah. And then it's one thing that sucks with these progressives, you have to fight hard to get them. With this guy short, if he shoves, I will have to call. But I don't mind. I've been playing pretty tight, so maybe they'll just believe me that I have a monster being under the gun. He does not shove. Hopefully we can get past the button here, and then we'll have position on the blinds post flop if they decide to call. Hold Zeb orange, considering his options. Hopefully I'm not getting 3-bet here, which is good. We do take it down with our positional bet, which representing a very strong hand. I mean, we did have a pretty good hand, but it certainly wasn't unbelievable. 9-3 diamonds in the big blind. If it gets min raised from late position, I will consider calling. The 5-5-5 stack doesn't rupee stack him, but he will soon. And hopefully we're there to get him. Gets folded around to the button. Gets folded around to the small blind, who min raises. So I'm not going to be folding here. 3-1 on a call. I'll be seeing a flop. Not a very good flop here. We flop a 3 flush. When he checks to us, I think that it's not a really bad spot to try and take this away. If he has nothing, he will let us have it. And he does. The Rockets. Hopefully 555 decides to rip it in. He does not. But maybe we can rip someone else. Like Zebra Orange or Olia Foxy, who we cover this hand. And potential bounty customers for us. Zebra doesn't want to get involved. Alright. Just the old min raise on the button, eh? Alright, let's make this more. Going to be looking to make this an amount that he might see as me re-popping back and just playing games with him. He does decide to call. Very good flop for our hand. I don't expect him to have too many fours in this situation, and if he has a king, that's cool. It means that he is a fair way behind. Get about 320 on this flop. Hopefully he's got a king and decides to stick it in my face. He does call. Not a very good turn for us. We don't have the ace of diamonds, spade, sorry. But now the pot is the size of his stack, so I think that we've come this far. We do have aces. If he's got a flush, all done to him, but I certainly won't be folding. He does instantly rip. We're going to have to call here. We're getting 4 to 1 on a call. He does only have the king, and we do stack him. So we pick up that nice little bounty, and then we put the other half onto our stack. Jack 9. Can we go for double? Can we go for 2 bounties in 2 hands? I mean, you see what I mean here, how that guy just cold calls from under the gun +1. Like, he could literally have any turn and just be bounty hunting. I guess I'm just going to have to fold here. It is my favourite hand on the button, but I'm not the sort of person that just won't fold their favourite hand. That is quite fine. The guy does decide to rip it. If that guy is limped with aces, he'd be loving. If he's flat call with aces, he'd be loving life right now. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he still calls this with rubbish, because they love attacking those bounties. Could cost him his own bounty very shortly though. He does fold. We have queens versus king jack. Looks like my jack 9 1 to 1. The queens do take that pot and stack that bloke. Alright, we're going on a 5-minute break. I'm going to go fill up my drink and use this break. I'll be back with about 1 minute to go before the end of the break. Alright, thanks guys. just got back in time, by the looks of it. Hopefully I haven't missed a hand. Doesn't look like I have. There's a raise and a call with the Jack 4. Just going to fold. Pretty good start here. We are sitting 50th for 381 and picked up one bounty to start off with. If we stack 4 people in the tournament, we will effectively free roll the tournament, which would be nice. Ace 8 here, if it folds to us, I will put a raise in. But if someone decides to get involved, I'm probably just going to fold, which I do. People still taking time with their decisions. Mr. Potato Head is started to get a little bit quicker. Looks like they're playing a pretty big pot here. I don't expect this person to fold. Original Razor does decide to continue with the 375. Gets 2 folds, Potato Head on the button. Just decide to fold. He's got one person to go until he picks up his 1000 chip pot. Or 650 chip pot once he takes his bet back. And we move on. The Jack 7 is going to be a fold. Person next to me has a picture of Vanessa Russo, one of the better looking birds in on the poker scene. I did actually, when I played the World Series APAC main event last year, she was on my table for the first hour and a half until I got moved. We would have flopped top pair here, but all is good. Chip leader has jumped out to an 11,000. Has picked up a couple of bounties on his way. We do have an Australian in the top 2. I'm probably, where am I? I'm down here. Half decent start. We are above average stack, with the average stack being 3,420, but there is a long way to go. We've only lost 56 players so far. The 9 deuce is not going to cut it. There's a raise under the gun to 125. Oh, I'm struggling to say his name. Tusutiri has been very involved to start off with. Very active. Does get a call here. Guy decides to bomb it. See if this tests him out. He obliges. Alright, we're going to see a big pot here. It looks like it's going to go all in call. He does call with his aces. The guy only has a pair of 6s and he's out the door. Picks up a bounty in a nice little pot himself. Put himself right up there in the chips. Let's move into 6th. would have flopped a pretty good flush draw here. If you had told me before the hand that everyone was just going to limp, I probably would have got in there, but it doesn't happen too often. The limper does lead the flop and gets a call. Does take it down. The blinds are now up to 30-60. The antes are starting to get a little bit closer for when the tournament actually really begins. Still got another 2 levels without antes. The 9-2 in the big blind, not a very good hand, and I will not be doing anything extravagant to try and win this pot. Hopefully this person just limps and I'm able to set a flop. The 2.5x raise is going to get it done for the person who wants to be Vanessa Russo. Or maybe be with Vanessa Russo. Who knows? Ace for a spades. So if it gets to 120, I will be calling. 180 is just a little bit too much for this hand out of position, I think. I'm just going to fold. And he takes it down. Aggressive Finland. Am I going to be folding this? I think so. Yes. Don't think there's a situation where I'll get involved here, unless this continues, which it doesn't. One of the limpers decides to make it 120. Does pick up a call. Mr. Potato Head is thinking. Does let it go. Okay, let's see what that fella limped in with. Did decide to limp in with the suited ace from early position, which is interesting. 2 6s here in the cutoff. I'm going to make it more. Hopefully the button folds. And we can have position on Mr. Potato Head and the big blind. If we get 3-bet, I won't love it. Depending on sizing is whether I will call or fold. I do get 3-bet. I mean, if he was super deep, like if he had a, not saying that I'm super deep, but if he had a stack up towards the 4,500, 5,000, I would see this as a probable spot to call. But I don't think that this hand is going to cut it. Nice 3-bet, sir. You can have it. Maybe that was a bit tight, but still early stages of the tournament. Plenty of time. The Queen Deuce will not be getting played, so I might as well just click fold. Ten six is also not going to cut it. Middle of the Queen Deuce. Sorry about the fan noise in the background. It's my laptop that decides to sometimes scream at me for no reason. I'm just sitting there chilling and it just starts getting very loud. It's not sure what I can do about it. PokerStars wants me to play a queen, but it will not be happening in those situations. I think this is a limp pot here. And he takes it down. They want me to play a queen. Through the last 4 hands. But they're probably not going to make that happen. We'll see what happens here. Looks like this guy just started the tournament with his exact 3k stack. So he'd like to get involved. He does. He makes it 3 big blinds and he's organised a pot. So you want me to play a queen? Is that what you're telling me, PokerStars? How about you give me 2 of them? Not today. So we raised to 120 from the fella from the Netherlands, getting called by the aggressive villain. This guy's taking all his time in the world for a pretty straightforward decision. He does fold. Ace 8 on the button here. Would have liked to get involved, but with a player raising under the gun, we are just going to have to let this one go. Down to 4,500 here. Average stack's starting to get up to 3,800, so hopefully we can pick up a nice little pot soon and keep ourselves above starting stack. The aggressive Finland's in there again. Seems to be working out pretty well for him though. I would expect him to be betting his strong hands and his weak hands here. He's been checked to twice now. He does not. He does win the pot with his pocket deuces somehow though. Hey, just going to be fold on the 7th row here. This bloke does move all in. The only person that could possibly call him is probably the Zebra Orange, who's the original aggressor. You wouldn't think that Million or Potato Head are going to have two strong hands that can call shoves when they're being flat calling your raise. So Javon picks up a nice little pot there. Ace 8, if it gets folded to me, I will enter with a raise. The aggressive fill-in doesn't normally let that happen though. Nothing's changed here, he does decide to bet. If this continues over the next few levels, I will consider to start 3-betting him. Does pick up a call from the small blind and the big blind. Very coordinated flop. King, Jack, Queen, 2 diamonds. He does decide to lead. Let's see how the Finland reacts to this. He tells him it's going to be more. And he does let it go. 3 Jack here. I'm not going to be playing this one. Have been pretty quiet so far, but all is good. We have picked up half a starting stack onto our original starting stack in the first hour of the tournament, which is a good thing. These guys are having a crack. The Zebra doesn't want to call the all in though. 7-10 also going to be a fold by the looks of it. And it is. The wannabe Vanessa Russo is getting in there. So Potato Head decides he's going to play a hand. Orange Zebra's in there too. And the Million. Aces versus Jack 10 needs an 8. Doesn't get it. Mr. Potato Head stacks someone. Pocket 7's under the gun. I do have a very tight image so far, so I think that it's not a bad spot to raise. Obviously I won't like getting 3-bet, but hopefully that doesn't happen. Mr. Potato Head looks like he might do it though. He does fold. We did pick up one caller from a shorter stack. Million gets in there too. I don't expect the aggressive fill-in to fold, and he stays true to form, but we flop a set. Okay, do we bet or do we check? I think betting on the smaller side is the right way to go here. I'm going to bet 280. Hopefully some players can make a mistake here. Once they start folding, it's a little bit disappointing. Maybe the Million has picked up something. Maybe he's come along with Queen 10 on the button. He said he might have the best hand. Tank, 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 tank. Starts getting into his time bank. And I do pick up that pot. Maybe I should have checked, I don't know. I thought that maybe, I mean if I went heads up or 3-way to a flop, I probably would have checked. But when you go 4-way, I think that it's possible that one of them has a hand that can stick around for that sort of a price. I mean, I did make it. I did give him a good price to call. That's all good. King 4 in the big blind. Guys, to sit his time back, just booming it for no reason. He's playing a lot of tables though, so that could be the reason. He's trying to satellite into a W Coupe event this evening. Playing the big 44 and a few larger buy-ins. Good luck to him. He does eventually fold. $160. Now that we pick up 2 into the hand with us, I think that 180 to win whatever that pot was going to be would be okay. But once the big 3 bet comes, the aggressive Finland is probably just going to take us down, and he does. He's playing very well at the moment. He's doing very well, but there's still a long way to go. Hopefully he runs into the goods from us. 4 deuce in the small blind isn't going to cut it. I'm going to keep our round 5,000 stack and move on. Pot's starting to get to a size where one of these guys have to make a decision for their stack, and Million decides that he's ready to go for all of it. Jovan now has a decision to make. He's going to have to call off a lot of his stack, and he does. He's got the queens, and he just binks him dead. Did hit trip 8s on the river, but that is no good, and he's out of here. We did pick up 4-3 suited on the button. If it gets folded to me, I will raise. If an under the gun raise happens like that, then I can't really do much about it. Just gonna have to say, you got it. Unless someone else decides that they would like it. We do fold. And he does take that one down. 5-4 suited. Wouldn't mind playing one of these hands if they want to get it around to me. The aggressive Finland does fold. Alright, let's get in there. It's making 180. Hopefully the button folds. And doesn't 3-bet me. Because I won't rate that very much. Alright, we do get through the button. Last time in this spot, Potato Head did decide to re-raise me. Let's see if he decides to do the same thing again. We'll check to see if he's playing lots of tables and the reason that's why he's taking edges. He's not. Maybe he was disconnected earlier. He does fold, we do take that pot down, which is good. The Pocket Kings. Obviously, if it gets raised, I'll re-raise. The limp under the gun is not acceptable to me in this situation. I'm going to make it a larger size because I think that he might be limping with some strong hands and can make mistakes against my hand. Hopefully his hand isn't as strong as aces, but if that happens, fair enough. I certainly won't be folding to an all-in pre-flop. Looks like it might get round to the original limper. Let's see how he reacts to this. He does decide to call. Pretty good flop for ours. I mean, he could connect him up in some way where he'd like to put some more chips in the pot, and hopefully he's not in front of us. I think 370 seems like a fair price here. And he does fold and we pick up that pot. Starting to build. The 6-3 is going to hit the mark here. I'm going to change the title. Just give me 1 second. I'm back. I was struggling to type there for some reason. Do have an all-in, which looks like it's probably definitely going to work. I mean, these guys are just living in. His stacks is probably going to go to 2,680 here. Mr. Potato Head might sit there for 10 seconds and pretend that he has a decision to make and then fold. He almost never is calling here. And he doesn't. Just got moved to another table, so we're going to have to scope out what's going on. Make some new profiles for people. There is an all-in as soon as we arrive. From a shorter stack from Belgium. Does get called. We are second in chips on this table. No, third in chips. 30 chips on this table, which is good. You want to be covering people in these tournaments, these knockout tournaments. The Ace King has counterfeited him on the river, which is pretty disappointing for that bloke, but did he counterfeit him? Yeah, he did. Unlucky. It's a risk you take when you rip it in with twos, or you call with twos. Or if the board pairs on the flop, it's always a chance of happening. Do we have an all-in call here? The King Jack flush is going to eliminate a player. He did get his money back for his pocket twos counterfeit job. Looks like we did just get a new player move in, Nad77, who's got a decent stack, so another fellow Australian player. And another person slotting into the empty seats. The 4,000 stack is a Hong Kong citizen. He does decide to fold his first hand under the gun on our table. Gavin 168. He's done some work on a couple of people. Knocked out 2 players so far. Got a bit of his buy-in back. He does decide to mid-raise into my big blind if it gets folded to me. I will be calling because the antes look like they are now in play, which they are. So get a pretty good price to call here. Let's see 3 cards dealer. Not the flop we're looking for. Going to start here with a check. He sometimes will check back, not often. Looks like we'll probably not be winning this pot, and we do not. And when looking the mug around, we'll just let it go. Ace Queen in the small blind. Gets folded around to us. I'll probably still raise. The raise from Gavin 168. He is now open 2 hands in a row. Excuse me. If everyone folds, which I do. Okay, I think I'm going to. What am I going to do? Ideally, I'd like this to be heads up. So I'm going to make it an amount that hopefully won't get flat called by Gavin. I wouldn't want to get 4-bet. That might make the big blind exit a hand, and then I'll be heads up, which seems to work. Now I've just got one more thing in my theory to go. If you're 4-bets, I'm going to have a decision to make. It does not. We flop a gut shot, 2 overs, and the 3 flush. I'm going to start with a bet. The pot is 1,000. Hopefully he does decide to fold if he calls. I guess I've got out so I can turn a club, a king, a queen, an ace, even a 9. Look it out now. I don't think this is going to work overly too often, but this is the disadvantage of being out of position. If I was in position here, I would be able to just play the hand a lot easier. When he calls the flop, I mean, do I really want to fire another barrel here? There's 2,000 chips in the middle. I'll start with the check here. Hopefully he checks back and I can bink the nuts, but I don't expect that to happen too often. Maybe I've played this hand a little bit interestingly and I should have just flat called. When he checks the turn, I mean, I don't expect him to fold a jack or a 10 too often, but I think we might be able to get him to fold ace queen, ace king, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, maybe even ace 10 might fold sometimes. I'm going to try once here. I'm not loving it at all. If I don't win this hand, I will be dropping below an average stack, but I think I have to try. He does call. He does have the top pair. We move on. Nine, 7 on the button. I mean, I didn't expect him to fold a hand like that. I was hoping that maybe he could fold better than me being ace king. I guess he would have played ace king in a similar fashion. We did have the best hand pre-flop. That's our goals. I'm going to fold here. Down the gun raise. I'm going to have to lock it down a little bit here and try and get some chips back. Interesting hand here. The raise under the gun. The big blind is sticking around. They both check the turn. He does put into the test. I don't see this guy flat calling too often here. He's either going to shovel fold and he does decide to take the second option. Blinds are up now, 61-20. We have just under 30 big blinds. After we gave Gavin some chips, winning out flopped us. I mean, he played his hand well. He showed the advantages of playing a hand in position. So I might have been able to maybe just flat call. Maybe just flat call in the small blind. But you know, we did put the money in pre-flop with the best hand. Let's start off with a raise here. 260 seems fine. Hopefully the button folds and we can have position on these two players. If the small blind decided to shove, I would have had to make a decision, obviously. The big blind decides to shove for a lot, which is very disappointing. I cannot call that. Nice hand. Jack 9, just going to be folding here. Lots of raising going on the gun today. It does get a throw. Ace 3 of hearts. Probably still going to let this one go here. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm not super deep. If it folds to me, I might change my mind, but we'll see what happens. Guy taking all the time in the world for some reason. He might be playing with the tables like the other people are playing. Which he is. Around everywhere. I reckon there's a fair chance that Ashley Jones's name is Ashley Jones. What do you reckon? Alright. Deuce 3. No, thank you. Blinds will be going up in 5 minutes to 75, 150. It's starting to get to a point where I would like to have more chips, but certainly not panic stations. We can just chill out. Hopefully find some good spots. We have picked up one bounty, so we're in for less than 27, I suppose. The Hong Kong man decides to crank it up, gets called by the cutoff. Lines do fold. He doesn't decide to continue. And he's snap checking now. I expect this person to bet here and just take it down, mate. And he does. We'll show. She has a female picture. Might be a shame. Jack 8. Too early position to be getting involved there with our sack size. We have a limp and a raise. He does decide to limp call and insta check. He's checking very quickly this bloke. I mean, if this person bets, I reckon there's a fair chance that she's going to win another pot against the same opponent. And that does happen. Sometimes you gotta online. You can't just smack check down. I mean, sometimes let's just say this player here, Ashley Jones, is in the big blind, and he gets folded around. This person folds. It's on this person. This person thinking about playing their hand, unsure, decides to limp. This person's got check fold on, and just goes like limp check. You know that person has check fold on. So I mean, if the flop comes out 3 hot cards, you know that there's a fair chance that that bloke did not want to play his hand unless he got it in for free. So he doesn't have many of those cards, so if you just lead the flop, there's a fair chance he'll fold. And it also can't be used, the check fold cannot be used as a bluff because in that situation, because if you're sitting there with check fold on thinking that you can trick your opponent, if they actually raise you, the PokerStars make you fold. And it just doesn't work. Should not use check fold when you're in the big blind. Going to start off with a call there, getting a very good price with the 8s. Hopefully we can flop a set. If we do not, it's actually a pretty bad board for us. It sometimes goes check check here, but not too often. We're halfway there. Did not get there. We're going to let that bloke have it if this person also does from China. Looks like she might have a decision to make. That's the side to call. Needs to check back over to the opponent. Who decides to keep firing away. Starting to get to the point where this woman needs to make a decision whether she wants to call off the whole thing, because there's a fair chance that that next bet's going to be all in. Does decide to give it up. We have 4-6 in the small blind. If Ashley Jones raises, I will let it go, which he does. If he had folded, I would have considered attacking, but it looks like it probably wouldn't have worked, because that guy did call. I mean, if he's going to call the button raise, he's going to call the raise from the small blind, because he's in position against me. Alright, we get the button now. Hopefully we can pick up something where you have an ace. Lots of raising going under the gun, which is interesting. I don't think my hand's strong enough here to 3-bet and not fold to an under the gun raise. I mean, we could call, but it's pretty hard to flop a pretty good hand with this hand. And that guy makes it easy. Good luck to Ashley Jones. We'll see if this person's actually showing strong under the gun. And it looks like she wasn't. Blinds are now up again, starting to get to a stage where we need to start thinking about doubling up. We do have 28 big blinds ish. So it's not. Do we have 28 big blinds? No, we have 18 big blinds. Okay, we certainly need to start thinking about doubling up. I'll be looking for spots to do so. I was trying to change my display picture to. Will let me show that? Maybe it won't let me show it. Maybe I have to move this. Let me show that. So this bloke, it's an Australian alcoholic drink logo, but it wouldn't let me change it to it. So I'm still stuck with my old photo. Alright, 2 queens here. Hopefully we can somehow get it in. We'll be looking to do so if we can. Ashley Jones does raise. So there's 705 chips in the middle, and we have 18 big blinds. I mean, I could shove. Could also do something like this. I think we might have just a little bit too much to shove at this stage. I'm going to make it an amount where I'm not folding on any flop, and hopefully he might shove over the top, and then we can call, obviously. He could have a better hand than us, but with 2 queens and 18 big blinds, we are not going anywhere. He does shove, we do call. We have Brendan Ace King, we need to win a flip, we need to dodge, we do have the queen blocker. We do hold. Pretty key there on that flop that we did have queens, because it took away 2 of his outs to his straight. Lucky for us he didn't have spades for us to sweat as well, even though with 1 spade, because then we would have had to sweat that. And also run out for us and we're back in the game. You got to win flips in tournaments. One of the most underrated things in tournaments is you're not going to get through. You're not going to get through the whole tournament without winning a flip or 10. And there's one of them. Thankfully, we're on the good side of it, and we move on. And we're actually in a situation now where we might get his bounty. We do actually have a few short stacks right around us. We have Ashley Jones, Il Pistol JG, he's pretty short, and so is Anna. So hopefully we can pick up a hand and pick up their bounties. Pretty big pot gun on here. Not sure what happened. I think it might have been button raise 3-bet call. He does decide to check. Over to the Chinese lady. He does bet 9-12. Could be a check raise coming here. I reckon that could happen. He does decide to call. Starting to get to the point now where the next bet is going to pretty much pocket mix people, so they do decide to slow down. Ned 7-7 does decide to check. And gets ripped on. She does take down that pot. 6-4 is not going to be played. So Jones looks like he might be considering it. Actually, no, Ashley Jones is playing heaps of tables, isn't he? No? Who's playing heaps of tables? This bloke. Yeah, he is. Ashley Jones was considering. This person has decided this hand is good enough for me to go all in. Let's see if anyone's interested in trying to pick up his chips and his bounty. There is one that's very interested and basically saying I'm the one that's going to be up against this, everyone else can piss off. Gavin looked keen on that idea. This is the only tournament he's playing, so I guess he might actually have a decision to make here. He does get into his time bank. Maybe we're going to see a big pot here. Tank, 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 tank. Ace Queen versus King Queen. Flops are straight. That's a pretty good hand. Very lucky with that person there. We now get the King Queen. I'm going to start with a raise here. I'm going to make it 320 to go. Hopefully we can go around to the lines. Play a hand in position. Gavin loves a tank. He does decide to get out of it. Alright, we have position this end. And we've got the pot. Alright. Queen 4 under the gun is not going to be getting played on this time. We are going to be on a break in 2 minutes, I think. We have ran it back up. The key being the flip that we won. These guys might be taking to get to a break. No. Starting to get very short now, Ashley Jones. Must have been a pretty bad hand there. We do pick up 8-2, which is not the best hand in this situation, because this sort of stuff can happen. And we cannot call, I don't think. Can we? No, we can't. We're getting a horrible price, and he does have a very big bounty for this stage of the tournament. Big bounty overload, but I don't think that we're going to win this hand often enough for us to call here, even with the big bounty overlay. So, well done, buddy. You're up over 2,000. And we are on a break. Alright, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Hopefully I can keep running it up, pick up a couple of these shorter stacked bounties, and start getting deeper in this tournament. We're back. To get back in time. Get back. I did get back in time. This time. So guys, my microphone wasn't plugged in. I did get back in time. I did get back last break during a hand. Let's see what our position is like in the tournament. We are under average stack, but we are certainly not in any bad situation after winning that flip of the queens. Won't be playing the king 6 here. Gavin's organised no internet connection. Hopefully he doesn't have a monster hand and breaks his computer over it. They do tell him that he must fold. Ashley Jones is very short. He could decide that this is a good spot to go with it. Same with El Pisto, JJ. El Pistol. He's extremely short too, but so is the original Razor actually, so we could see an all in here. He is taking his time, he does decide to let it go, and the Razor takes it down. Alright, on the button, Queen 10. I don't think we can call a shove here, and is not strong enough if Ashley Jones decides to go with it. I will fold. If he does fold, I'm actually going to limp. I would like to see a flop here with this hand. I don't like the idea of raising and then getting shoved on by El Pesto. So we'll save ourselves some chips if he does decide to do that. He does insta fold. 450. Alright, we're getting 300 to win 855. I think this is a good spot to see a flop in position. We do flop the gut shot, but it is probably not strong enough to continue here. So we are going to let him have it. Blinds are up. 100, 200 with a 25 ante. We're not super deep, but there are people that are in worse positions than us on this table. So our range for calling shoves from Ashley Jones and El Pisto all are going to start getting wider. This person here only has 13 big blinds as well. He does decide to go with his hand. As the Jones decides to fold, I'm also going to fold. And he takes it down. There are 525 chips up for grabs in the middle every single hand at the moment with the blinds and antes, so it would be a good idea to accumulate some blinds and antes if I can. Won't be happening this hand though. El Pistol JJE decides to go with his hand. Does have a $24.49 bounty. So I expect that Gavin might call him a bit wider. It does not this time. 9-3 is not going to cut it. The shorties do decide to let their hands go. Ashley Jones, every hand that he folds, he's losing 25 chips. Getting shorter and shorter. He does continue to fold. My king 7 is not going to cut it. Hopefully we can pick up a hand. Chip up and get one of these bounties. There's a plan at the moment. There is a raise and a re-raise. It did go 3x and then min though, which is interesting. I wouldn't expect this guy's folding too often. But what do I know? King 10. If he shoves, I'm going to have to fold because I have to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hands. And I certainly don't want to call that and then get reshoved on. That guy's pretty keen to get involved. Does call a high percentage of his stack, which is probably going to be a pretty strong hand, I reckon. He does have ace jack and have him dominated. Does now have him even more dominated. Needs a queen. Doesn't get it. We'll lose Ashley Jones, which does put us straight into the big line, which is pretty rude of him. 6-4 of clubs. There's a min raise. That's close enough to a min raise. I will be calling here, getting close to 4-1. Unless something else happens in the meantime. Two pretty connected cards, suited cards, good price. Let's see, 3. Well, if PokerStars were going to tell me a flop that they were going to put out that would excite me, this is one of them. Now, don't like the diamond on the turn. I think that if he had a flush draw, he would have c-bet. So I am going to put a wager out there. He does call. Now, if he only has an over diamond, I don't think he can call a bet. But if I check, he might decide to bluff. $839. Could he have a spade? Of course he could have a spade. But I think that my hand is too strong to fold here. And if he has a flush, well done. He does not have a flush and decides to bluff, so we do pick up that pot. Now, I don't think Ace 9 was calling a bet, so I guess we made the most we could in that hand. I did put the line out there, and he did bite. I think if I flat call here, the 400, it's such a good spot for El Pestol to shove. Now, if I did put out the 300 and he shoved, I would have to call if Nad's folded. I think that I'm presenting him with too good of a spot, but he does not do that, so that is fine. I was out of position anyway. 7-9 of diamonds. Pretty good hand. Probably not going to call the 500 though, so we move on. And PokerStars punishes me. We would have flopped the joint. But anyway, oh wow, that would have been a good flop. Oh well. Sometimes these things happen. We do not have the nuts anymore. King Queen would have backed into their own nuts. Hopefully one of these players have King Queen. And they do not. Looks like we would have crushed him, but anyway. Pocket deuces. For 5 Swiss, I will raise and call shoves from these two players. Hopefully I can just take the blinds and antes. If he calls, okay. If he folds, okay. No real flop for us here, but as the pre-flop aggressor, I'm going to continue. I don't think I have to bet too much here to make the sort of hands that this person might rock up with fold. I think 580 seems reasonable if they call. I'll have to reassess. She re-raises. I guess I'll have to fold. But she folds and we take the money. Nearly up to 8,000 now. I'm going to fold 3-2 here. We are now, what is it? We just dropped under average stack. But we are going okay. El Pistol has decided that this hand is going to be the one. Does get called. Needs to be win a flip though. The guy flops the flush and the royal draw. But the set backs into a boot. That's a pretty cool hand. This person's decided that they're going to go with their hand with their final 13 big blinds. Wouldn't be surprised if Nad's tilt calls here to try and win his money back. But he does not. 6 kings not going to cut it. We have lost a few of the shorties now. They've either chipped up or exited the tournament. This is the last one of the people that are in serious trouble. On our table. Nismol has a decision. Only playing this tournament, so looking at the cards that are in front of him right now on this table. Does decide to fold. Blinds now up, 125, 250 with a 30 ante. It's going to put a lot more pressure on this bloke, even this bloke. Even us really, we're certainly not deep stacked. Still going to keep playing tight at this stage. A couple of limps is pretty interesting, especially from the second bloke that's super short and can't really afford it, but whatever floats your boat. Wouldn't be surprised if this person shoves here, it does not. We'll check the 9-Jack-3 flop, or it does pair on the turn. I reckon it's very likely that no one has anything here. Anasich says, actually I do have something. And he takes down the pot. Then we go to the gun here. They've organised 9-3 offsuit for us, and we're not going to be playing that one. We've lost quite a few players in this tournament so far. Top 81 pay now. I think that's the official registration closed. I think the registration's closed, so we can update this. Top 81 pay. Obviously you can get paid during the tournament in this though with the bounties, so that's what we're looking to do. We've picked up one so far. But as other people knock out other people, and then we might knock out them, we can get a larger payout in the bounties. And then right now the bounty leader is on $65, so if we manage to knock that person out, we'll take $32.50 into our pocket and $32.50 onto our own bounty, which should be nice, but we're going to have to get quite a few more chips to be able to do that against that player who has 22,000. Chip leader right now is on 26,000. Queen 10 in the big blind here. Not a terrible hand. Limp under the gun is interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if Dire Zooted decided to ship it here with the 1,145 dead money in the middle. 1,395 dead money in the middle. Seems like a pretty good spot to me. Does he take it? He does. See if he linked him with an actual proper hand. Old El Pistol. He looks like he hasn't. This guy looks like he's going to take it in the spot. He does not. Maybe that person was setting someone else up to think there was a squeeze spot. And then just turns over the rockets for him. I don't think this person's calling. Just tank, and fold. We have Jack 7. He's just in there for a while, trying to take out a bounty. And he has not. And he's cost himself quite a few chips in the process. Okay. 3-9 in a small one. The guy just decides to rip. I mean, if I had King 10 here or something, I just would not fold after seeing that sort of rubbish. But the 9-3 is not acceptable. This guy here looks like he's picked up a hand. Ace 8 versus Ace Jack. Lucky I didn't have King 10. Maybe it would have been nice to have King 10, but anyway. We're going to lose the bloke that decided to call it off with Jack 7. Queen 6, actually, if it gets folded around to me, I suppose I can have a crack at these blokes if they don't have a hand. I'm not going to call the shove though. But if they don't have anything, I could just pick up the blinds and antes. He does call. Alright, now this makes it really interesting. I think I'm just going to check back here. I mean, my hand is not very good. And I could turn to 10, queen, a 6 sometimes is good. We do turn the queen. 9-10 is now a straight, and also ace 10. I don't think he's going to have ace 10 too often, he would have ripped that, but he does shove now. Ooh, this is close. I mean, possible hands you could have is Jack 10 with the open ender, Queen 10. His hands might not shove pre-flop. Probably he never has ace 10 here. 9-10. Don't think he has a king. We would have ripped it on the flop. I guess I'm just going to fold here. I'm not happy about it, but I don't think my hand was strong enough to be able to call out. So we move on. Ace 4 here. I expect that one of these players will probably raise and I won't be able to continue. If it falls to me, I will consider raising. There's 645 dead chips in the middle, but now I'm not going to. Just clicks the raise button. Let's get a call. $550 is his continuation bet. It's another call. decides that he doesn't want to put any more money in the pot at this stage. And the Chinese lady will take it down. 9-7 off here. I'm not going to be attacking. The stack is okay at the moment. Blinds will be up in 1 minute to 15300, and then we'll have to start thinking about accumulating some chips again. I mean, that queen 6 hand might have been the one where we could have, but I wasn't loving it. I was not loving the situation. So I guess I could have bet the flop and folded to a shove, but I mean, the hand was so bad. Do have a raise and a shove. PokerStars pretty soul stacking in the middle again. Using the flip. Needs to dodge a jack or a queen once. And does. 10-9's not going to cut it for me here. Gavin decides to limp the button. And there's my tricks. Alright, the blinds are up now. 153 with a 40 ante. Puts us into 22 big blind territory, which is not ideal. But we can always just run it up. Average stack is just over 10,000 now, so our stack isn't, I mean, our own table, there is only one player above average stack, and each stack has had 22,000 or 24,000 now. We are not in a terrible situation at the moment at our table. Over the course of the whole tournament, we are not one of the average blokes, but we don't have to worry about our table at this stage. There is an Australian flying the flag in the top 5 at the moment with a $48 bounty as well. Doing very well. But everyone's trying to chase down someone from the Philippines who's got 45,000. 710 in the big blind here. Tank. Alright. We won't be calling this. So I can just organise the fold now. We are down to 168 players. But nowhere near thinking about anything to do with money at the moment. We do get a call. Well, he could be left with very little chips if he doesn't win his hand. He is winning at the moment with his ace jack, but he does get binked on the river by the gutter ball. He has 69 chips. Please give me a hand, PokerStars. Queen 4 for me. Organise Queen 4 for me to try and get that bounty, eh? You watch them all come in trying to get that $18 bounty. They're willing to lose half their stack to do it, which is just ridiculous. I won't be calling here if that's a newsbreaker twos. This person does decide to isolate. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chinese lady calls here. I don't think this person here would be calling. I mean, if that call on 750 with a hand that can call 5,700, looks like we might get down a heads up here for the 360 side pot. Alright, Poker Jacks versus 3-8. 3-8 does flop 2 bear and doubles up. How much was the side pot? 534. Well, you need to win again, sir. You watch them all try and come out to this bounty again. Why haven't you given me a hand? Alright. You can have that bounty. I'm hoping that the short stack doubles up to punish this person. Because he will still only be on 1842, I think it is. Does have the best hand. Just needs to hold, and does. 69 chips into 1842. The dream is alive for that bloke. So you're saying there's a chance. Can you do it again? Tell you what, if he doubles up here, he'll be right back it up. The dream. Just running it back up from the doldrums. What do you have? Less than 2 antes. Then you could just bust here and that'd be the end of it. But we'll see. Bloke from Norway. Could be a girl from Norway, but most likely a bloke from Norway. He does manage to set a river for 300 chips total. Doesn't look like he has anything, otherwise he'd probably be all in. But you never know. He's going to stick to his 1,502 stack. The Jack 8 does take down that hand. 10 on suited. Not going to be playing this hand with a 5x under the gun for some reason from the big stack. See what Gavin makes of this 5x. What do you reckon about that, mate? Does fold. Ace 3. Problem is here, if I raise, this person shoves. This person here will probably call that shove because she's been pretty keen to get that bounty. So let this one go. She does attack the blinds. Person re-attacks. Puts her all in actually. She's not keen on that. Alright. Queen 10. Still going to be folding here. Just going to wait for a good spot and hopefully move my chips into the middle. Well, not necessarily move my chips in the middle, but get a return. Protests okay. Does limp. The check fold was on there. See what I was talking about earlier? Unless this person has a 6 or a 5. Like, never has a king. Never ever has a king. So it's cool. Might work out for him. Check fold on. 780 is now the wager. Nismos 7 does decide to call. Could back into Australia. 6-5, 6-4. 5-4, sorry. The Jacks, what do you have? He did have a 6. So he wasn't keen on playing that hand pre-flop. Alright, we're going to race here. And not fold. If someone decided that they would like to put pressure on me pre-flop, I will say I'm all in. We do get a caller. We're going to be playing a flop out of position. Hopefully the flop does come jack high or below. Shove from the flow there. I mean, could he have a split? Yes. Could we be in a flip? Yes. The hand is just too good. So, all my chips going in the middle. Might be up against a lower pair. We are up against a lower pair. We just have to dodge a 6 twice here. And we do. We do take that player's bounty. And we're going to move on to another table. Got a half decent stack now. We are sitting 65th, which is in the money when the money does come, but there's still a long way to go. We are still below average stack though. Are we? Below average? Yeah. Average stack's in the mid 12s. New table now. Don't recognise any of these players. So we'll just have to fit profiles as we go. 5-2 is not going to cut it here. That jack's hand was crucial for us there. If we lost that hand, we would have been absolutely stuffed. But luckily for us, he did have the under pair. Would have had 1,521 chips if we win this hand. But we did. Hits running 2 pair and takes a pot there. They did have a king. They got pretty lucky. 5-3 is going to hit the mark. So I think if we get one more knockout this tournament, is that right? No, we need more. A couple more knockouts maybe and we can break even or more in this tournament and then start progressing in the progressive super knockout. 4-8's not going to cut it here though. Guy on my right only has 3,756 but has an original bounty. Really short stack. Other short stack is Cal Issy, but he's not too short. He's certainly not in huge trouble. I mean, well, he's not in the best position. But we did say worse, didn't we? How many chips out? 69. Probably still in the tournament. Can't remember his name. So if I recognise any of the names right down the bottom. Do have a PokerStars Pro playing. That's why you don't muck around with lobbies when they're in a hand. The deuce 3 is a limp. Oh dear, this is going to cost me heaps now, I guess. Maybe it'll work out for me. I am going to bet this flop if it checks to me. And hopefully I'll just win, but I haven't done that for a very, very long time. But we could organise a pot with 3 high. Maybe. Please fold. Alright. Do 3. Make all good decisions the whole time, and then limp with the deuce 3 off from under the gun +1. Alright, let's be careful and have a look again. No clicking. I'm scared to click. I'm going to move it. I'm going to move it out of the way a little bit. Sorry guys. Who is this player? I don't know who that player is. Do I recognise any of these names down the bottom? The guy that had 69 chips and might still be in. I can't remember what his name was. It wasn't Gavin. Gavin was on my table. Alright. 8-7. Not going to be calling there. What do we got on the screen here? Okay. Back into concentrating. No more douche 3. Limps. Under the gun +1. This is just crazy, but anyway. Alright, this guy's all in and dominated. Needs a jack on the river. Doesn't get it. I guess, yeah, he's only out. Yeah. Alright, so we're down to 130 players. 12,013 chips in a dream. Not going to be calling here with a 6 Dewey. I say no thank you. Very short stack player in the big blind. Could consider shoving here. Wouldn't be surprised. Actually, pretty much should be shoving here, like with any two, because 1,550 dead money. I mean, he must have had a pretty bad hand. Now he folds. These two decide to battle to the river. Ace Jacks looks like he's going to take down his hand. What did that guy call with on the team? Called with a very interesting hand. Second year. Limps in with the 9-5. Calls a bet. Alright then. Guess you wanted a coin. Turns out you didn't want a coin at all. You're drawing dead. Alright. Move on. Guess he was getting a what he bet 400 into 2,000, but alright. If you want to play like that, that's fine. We will note it. Mental note it. Do we hang on here? I did bomb it. Alright. Ace 5. Can we raise and call shoves from Mick? I mean, we just saw that bloke. We just saw this bloke limp in with 9-5, didn't we? I think this is a good spot to raise. If Mickey decided to Mickey Kenny decided to shove, I would have to call. Hopefully we can get through the big blind here. Play a pot against the KLFC, who doesn't mind living with 9-5. Hopefully we can get an ace on the flop here. So I'm sure that'll be the best hand. We actually flop 2 pair, which is a very, very good flop. We know this guy can call light, but I think my hand is just too strong here. I think I'm so far in front, it's ridiculous on that flop. I'm going to start putting some money in the pot now. I think something on the smaller side, like 1380, seems reasonable. He does call. Could he have Queen 10? Maybe. But I believe I've got the best hand. And we know he can call light. Well, I guess he didn't call light on the river, but he called light when he was drawing. Let's check it to us here. 6,000 chips in the pot. I think we have the best hand. So I'm going to bet. If he shoves, I'll spin on my mouth. Alright. Nice little pot there for us. Queen 7 is not going to be getting played. Would have liked to know what he had then, just to see what he's limp calling with again. But anyway, looks like these guys have just got the stacks in the guts. 3 of them, 10s, jack, king, 3s. 3 does flop a set and takes down a very good pot. The king jack takes the side. The 10-6 is not going to be getting played. We are 41st out of 119 at the moment, which is a good position to be in. We might even be above average stack. We are. Alright. We are 34th. We are above average, but we are, what, 5th in chips on the table? Is that right? 21, 20, 20, 17, 20. We're 5th in chips on the table. So it looks like we have a pretty deep stack table. So we'll keep that in mind. 510 is going to be folded here. 81 people get paid in this tournament, so what, 2/3 of the field will make money, and 1/3 of the field will leave unhappy. Hopefully we're in the 2/3, and we can keep building on from there. Some people might leave happy, some people might have busted 8 blokes and not made the money, but still made money. It's a good thing about these progressive knockout tournaments, they're good fun. You don't have to make the money to make the money. To make money. Rips it here on the shorty. He does call. Queens v Ace Queen. Needs an ace. Nice. No good. The Queens do double up. Not a very good spot there for the Ace Queen to be in. 6 deuce. Just going to fold another gun. The stack is starting to get to a point where we have a little bit of freedom. The blinds have just gone to 2-4. No, they're up to. They just went up. 255. So we do have a little bit of room. 30 bigs or so. There is a raise under the gun. Sometimes I don't like defending weak to under the gun raises, but this hand is certainly not weak, and now I'm just definitely calling. 8-1, show me 3 deal. We do a flop, an interesting flop. Let's start with a check. Few bets, I'll call anything 2000 region, I think. We can turn a diamond, a 4. A 7 and a 6 might be good sometimes. Let's start with a call there. Hopefully we can just bink it on the turn. And we're not going to see a turn because this likes check raised all there. Dear. That sucks. That sucks. How many outs? Can we call this? Can we call this? In a cash game, I would never, ever fold here. Ever. But, in a tournament, I still have 24 big blinds if I fold. Or, we get 2-1 on a call. 2-1 on a call. Diamonds twice. 4, definitely good. Don't think a 7 and a 6 is good anymore. I think we can let this one go. As sad as it is, he does have a $45 bounty in. Do I cover him? I don't quite cover him. That would be another thing to take into consideration if you cover him. Very good bet, sir. Oh, that hurts. That was such a sexy flop. But we move on. That hand is gone. There's nothing we can do about it now. 7-4 is not going to cut it there. So we'll look at this. I mean, he must have always been intending to check raise all in. Nice bet, sir. Queen 5 is going to hit the mark here. We have an all in and all in. A re-shove for more. But it looks like he might have a decision, and he does not. The old check raise. I'm all in. Right, we have King 10 v Aces. Aces in a very good spot here. King 10 needs help, doesn't get it. It's going to leave us. We're down 112 players, I think. Maybe. Yep. Jack 2's not going to do it here. I mean, that hand didn't hurt us that much. We lost 6 big blinds of our 30, so we lost 20% of our stack. Could have won a monster pot if I decided to call, but would have been out if we did not. So maybe we can find a better spot. Hopefully we can find a better spot. Spot like old Renan over there that just picked up the rockets. He went raise call. And he's checked it to the button. He decides to make it 1500. Could be doing this with a number of hands. Hearts, a queen. Could just be doing it because the bloke didn't see that. He does call though. Checks it to him again. Our hand had no relevance to what they might have. Does have another crack at it. And FTS is only playing this tournament, so he's generally thinking about his decisions when he's taking his time. Bet, bet, bet. Okay. He's taking a pretty strong line. You want to miss flush draw over there in FTS? TS? You miss flush draw? Thinking about going all in? But you worried about he's only 11,914? That's cool. He's got the 9. Good call. The guy was bluffing with King High. I believed that he was playing his hand strong. But he didn't have it. 6-5 here. 3 raise. I mean, this guy just 3-barrel bluffed into him. King High could be tilting. Might re-raise shove over me. Which is possible, so taking that into account, I might just fold. He just says, nah mate, I'm all good. I'm over it. Alright then. My hand wasn't that good anyway. We would have flopped a 5. Goes check check. I think Mickey semi did open from the button to 1,000. Decides to bet 1/6 of the pot. On the river. 5.5. Gets it through. 5-8 for us here is not going to cut it for us. Just looking at how long the tournament's been running for. How many players are left? Average stack is 16. We could have been at that. We could have been miles above that if the 7-6 decided to just go pocket, not call. But we didn't. Guess they could have been out. Still a few shorties rocking around. Including a PokerStars Pro who's bowing around with less than 4,500. Who is this bloke? Stream out. Okay. I've seen his picture before. Jason Somerville has played against him on his stream. I fold the king through here. I'm gonna check him out again. I bet he's playing like fucking 20 tables. Yeah. He's in everything. He's playing all the tournaments. Having a crack. Alright. Back into our game. 8-5 on the button. Yeah, in the big blind here. If he min raises, I'll call. If it goes fold limp, I'll probably check. Play a flop, play a hand in position. Is this guy playing heaps of tables, is he? Nope, he's just making a coffee. It's probably running back to the computer. Tank, 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 tank. Looks like he's going to waste a lot of our time here. Let's check the phone, so it's happening. He eventually folds. He must have been at the computer. But seems like a pretty good player. Did level himself and call with the ace 9. I'm just going to fold here. My stack is starting to get to a stage where it's... We need to keep our armory for when I have a really good hand, so I can get maximum value. I know I was getting a good price there, but my hand is not that good, and I just felt like I should probably reserve it. 21 people to the money. A few people don't care about that, and they're just ripping it. I'll also rip if I feel the need. Ace King to Ace King. Is anyone going to get flushed? Needs running diamonds, and we're already splitting. Bond's now up to 300, 600 with 70 ante, so we're not in the best position to make the money here. We need to run it up a little bit, hopefully pick up a pot or two before the money hits, and then we can recess. We're pretty short. We've not a plethora of big bonds. 17-ish. This guy might be deciding to try and tank two of the money with 18 to go, which is an interesting strategy at this stage. Or he could be playing a few tables, which he's not. Alright, folds to me here. I think I have to raise. Anyone else raises, I'm just going to fold and save my armory. We do not have a club. Does see that, puts a lot of pressure on Mickey Semi here. He's got to really win this hand if he calls. He does not. 10-8. Shorties, raise on the gun. No thank you. Does get called by the button. He's getting a really good price here to say a flop with his short stack. 900 to win 4460. Could even rip it here. If he can win this uncontested, it'll definitely be a win for him. He does decide to let it go. Visual Razor does take down that pot. We are now on a break. Alright, hopefully when we come back I can last another 13 spots with my shorty stack, run it up a little bit and make some money. I'll see you shortly. We're back. Pretty short at the moment, so hopefully we can pick up a couple of hands and manage to make the money with 13 spots off the money. Min cash is $20.97. So it's not a very big cash, but we're hoping to make that point and then build it up and maybe make a deep run. Maybe pick up some bounties on the way. We'll see how it goes. Won't be folding to make the money if a spot presents itself. What I think is profitable, I will take it. If not, I guess we'll fold. Mikasemi has lost connection with his 7,755 stack, which is not the best time to do so. As we approach the money, he hasn't picked up a bounty yet either, so we might want to get back and see if we can double up. King 9 here, won't be attacking. Going to be playing pretty tight as we approach the money here, which is understandable. Players does decide to attack from the hijack when the cutoff is not playing. Does get a call from money gam. Checks back over to him. Does see that 1800. I expect that he might win this pot maybe 60% of the time, maybe higher. Plate doesn't have anything on the very dry board, he might fold, he decides to call. I reckon it's quite likely that he at least has a pair, because there's not many draws on that board. He did have a draw, he did not hit it on that jack turn. Guy does decide to continue the story of having a strong hand. It's a call again. This pot is now the size of money gam stack. So let's check it again. It's actually bigger than his stack. They both have ace 10, and they're going to chop up the money. 6-10, not going to be playing this one. There is a raise under the gun as well. We have another player that's disconnected over here, but I think he just got moved in. Oh, it's Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head, the bloke that loves tanking, has just arrived at my table. He was on my table at the start. He's still with us. He's doing better than me. Maybe tanking's the way to go. I found that misclick limping with 2-3 is the way to go. Wouldn't be a bad idea if I misclick limp with 2-3 right now by the looks of it. We do have an all in. He does snap all in. He isn't technically all in though. He does cover both players that are still remaining in the hand. Flashy is going to have to make a decision for his tournament life. Along with Wolf Tam 71, who decides this is the spot that I'm going to go. He does have queens against the nut flush draw with the ace. The nut flush draw bigs it. The queens are out the door. Jack 9 suited here. Gonna be folding. We just lost a bunch of players to Sam. We're down to 85. Only 4 people to go to the money. If I really wanted to, I could fold my way there. But I'm certainly not going to be folding big premium hands to do so. The money is obviously be nice to cash. Any tournament's nice to cash in, but I won't lose any sleep over not cashing out. Short stack does rip it into the big blind, which is expected. And he does take down that small pot. Queen 8 here. I'm going to fold. We're down to 84 now. There are, as you can see, a person barreling around with less than 2 big blinds, someone with 6 big blinds, a bit over 6, then it gets up to about 12. So still a little bit of play to go on this bubble that we're approaching. There is a raise here to 1200. Heggy 7 is likely trying to go all the way down to the bottom of the time that he's allowed without using his actual timer to fold to try and make the money, which is understandable for people that have extremely small stakes. Ace Queen here. We could bubble. This could be it. I mean, I could fold this if I had to, and I might. We'll see what happens here. I will be calling this raise. I don't see any need to shove. I can call with my stack size situation. See a flop. If I improve, I won't be folding if I hit a pair. But right now, 750 to win 2,810 with a very good hand. Let's go. We don't improve. I'm going to start with a check here. 2 bets, I have a decision to make. We're down to 83, so we're 2 off the money. I guess I'm just going to have to fold here. I mean, if I flopped an ace or a queen, it would have been a beautiful spot. I could have just called here and then check raised all in on the turn. I probably could, if I flopped an ace or a queen here, I could just check raise right now all in, which is probably what I would have done. But right now, I think I need to fold. Ace 4. A lot of people, the bigger stacks are going to be playing aggressively, and the shorter stacks, like myself and Higgies and Kalassi, are going to be playing pretty tight. Mr. Potato Head always takes his time, hasn't changed in the last couple of hours. Does decide to fold. I'm just going to limp here. We might just check and we can see a flop with an ace. He does decide to jam on me, and I'm not going to go with that hand, so hand to hands in play, 2 spots to the money. We could still bubble this tournament. I don't think I'll be folding ace queen again. I'll be open jamming. Might not be delta though. We have to wait. So hand for hand. Every single hand on each table must be completed before the next hand begins. So it stops people from using their time banks to try and wait for other people to bust out. I do have the 10-second time bank, so that's certainly not going to be me doing stuff like that. Waiting for all other hands. Let's have a look at the stack sizes of people. We did lose that PokerStars Team Pro right on the bubble, but I'm sure he's not concerned. We do have a person that looks like they're all in, and someone with 371, so it's likely that either this hand or next hand will make the money. It's not going to be that hand. Looks like, no, we are in the money. 80 players left. We've locked up $20.97. We are in for 27, but we have picked up a couple of bounties on the way through, so we have shown a slight profit in this tournament so far, but obviously we want to run it up and start getting. We do have an all-in call. King 6 has tried to steal and has been crushed. He's now down to 15,000. We want to get up to these sort of payouts. That's what we're looking for. Maybe pick up a bounty or 2 on the way through. 5-7 is not going to contribute to that run up. Blinds are up to 350-700, so we have 11 big blinds, so there'll be no more open raising happening. We will be either folding or playing all our chips. Looking for that double up. We are 70th out of 79 at the moment, so we've got some work to do. But we've marked off the first aim of the tournament, and that is to make the money. The next payout isn't even worth talking about, like it's $3 more. And then the next one's only $2 more, and then $2 more, then $1 more, then $4 more, then $8 more, then it starts getting okay. So I'm not going to be folding to make money spots because there's still another 30 spots before we even care. King 10 here. If it folds to me, I'll consider shoving. Consider shoving. Do we want to go with this hand? I think we can wait. I think we can probably afford to go through the blind once and then no more. So we have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 hands to pick up a hand that we're willing to go with. Jack 6 is not going to be one of them. We do fold. Just going to edit this. I have 3-7 and I'm folding it. Ace King. This will be the hand that we're going to either take the blinds with, double up with, or bust with. Seems fine with me. We're all in. I don't expect to be taking the blinds with this hand. I'm sure that someone will call because of the bounty. We do pick up a caller. It's actually quite scary the way that he's called there. He's called quarter of his stack, maybe more for just a cold call in the middle of nowhere. Maybe enticing someone else. He might actually have a big pair, but Ace King is too good for us to even consider folding with our stack size as well. Hopefully we can hold up or bink some guards if we need to. A few people thinking. Alright, that bloke is re-shoved. We are going to have to improve here by the looks of it. I don't think he's doing this with Ace Queen or worse. Looks like we're going to be three-way. I don't think this bloke can fold after calling. Alright, so up against Jack's got to win the flip. We do bink an ace on the flop. Just got to dodge a Jack, and we do. Woo! That was a key hand for us. We did triple up, and now we are 32nd out of 73. Back in the game. I'd love to see what that guy call and fold with. It's very poor play, I think. But it turns out it looks like he probably would have lost unless he somehow just set. Jack 9 here. Getting 3,500 to 1. Certainly not folding. We don't improve on the flop. That bloke just insta checks, so he's just like, I'm done. We are going to check. This bloke's probably going to move the line, which he does, and we're out of there. Got to win your flips. Luckily we have won 2 flips now, 2 or 3. Running okay. 33rd would only make us $32, so we certainly need to keep moving up. We have not picked up that many bounties so far. The average bounty is $42, so the players that are active in the tournament, we are well below that, so hopefully we can stack someone soon. Last time I limped, this bloke just jammed. I don't want to really raise here. It's a very bad hand, so I'm just gonna let him have that one. We didn't just get these chips just to give them all away. Ace 9 here. If one of these shorties shove, I think if I had Ace Jack, I would be calling, or better. I think Ace 9 would be just outside. Kalassi I might have to consider calling, but he does not put his stack in. I'm just gonna play a little bit tighter here. Just want this money. Just gonna chill out. $5.8 is not gonna cut it here. We have just moved into the second pay bracket, which is $2 more. $2 US. US dollars paying 69 cents Australian at the moment, so it is a little bit more than this $27 bind is actually close to a $40 bind. I think it's pretty much right on. It's about $38, $39. The button does attack here. I'm sure he'd be calling the all in if that bloke shoved, so otherwise he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have risked it. They do go to a flop. I expect the button to keep the pressure on here. He does get shoved on. And he says, no way, I got nothing. Jack 9 here, not going to be playing this one. Do have a shove from the button into the smaller stacks, yes, he does cover that bloke. Definitely covers a big line with his $30 bounty sitting there. Looks like he might have a decision. Does fold. He's playing a couple of he's playing spin and go on the side. Might have had a tough decision in the spin and go. He's $3 spin and go. You can get some good spin ups on those spin and goes. When they first came out, I was doing a $7 spin and go and spun up over 1,600 and got $100 for being there because I didn't win it, but it was still pretty cool. Ace Queen here, gonna be raising. If a shove comes from this bloke or the next bloke, I will be calling. If the big blind decides to shove, I will have a tough decision to make. But I probably won't fold. We take the money. It's 2,100 chips up for grabs every hand at the moment on this level, so taking the blinds and antes is nothing to be sneezed at. Even when you have a good hand as Ace Queen suited. And we keep grinding along. Pot's going to be critical for both players here. There's 4,500 in the middle, and they both don't seem like they want it. Who's going to have ace high? That bloke's got ace high. Is that good? 4-5 is not going to be getting played here. The stack size at the moment is okay for the table. We have a guy with 70k on our right, which is obviously a lot larger than ours, than a 35, but then we are currently 13 chips on the table. Not a bad spot to be in, considering we don't even have an average stack, which is 25,565 at the moment. Another critical pot for these two. The pot is now getting towards the size of their stacks. One of these players are going to be pretty rich, and one of these players are going to be pretty poor. Big insight there. Yeah, it was a pretty small bet on the turn. He does move all in. He gets snap called by a 10, and he shows him a straight, which may have been the nuts actually. It may have been D-nuts. It was. See you later. Down to 68 here. 68, we're sitting 34th. We might not have an average stack, but we're smack bang in the middle. Play moves all in here. He is not. He does not cover the players. That's still in your hand. And he takes it down. In the big blind here with 9-3, they've organised me a pretty stinky hand. 24. We do have, what, 28 bigs? Correct me if I'm wrong. Limp, 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 not limp on me with 9-3. I mean, I could do something aggressive here, like crank it up, but this guy here could just shove on me, and then I'll be priced in a call with 9-3. So I guess I'm just going to check here. Don't flop anything good. Not overly interested in this hand now. Ultra Dog. What'd you limp with, buddy? Nothing good? Money? That was about 1600 and I am out the door. Couple of 5s in the small blind. If Classy decides to shove, I will call. If one of these players decide to min raise, I will be calling too. That is a bit bigger than a min raise, but I think this is an okay spot to call. Hopefully this person doesn't shove. Flop me a 5, PokerStars. One of these. He does shove. And he reshoves. Alright guys, good luck. Did have the best hand. Hopefully one of these guys pair up, so I don't regret. They do not. Oh well, can't call 2 all-ins with 5s in. 6-5 on the button. Limps again. Interesting. I think I can limp here. I don't think these guys are going to shove. If he calls, I'm getting unreal price odds to call here in position to see a flop. With a connected half decent hand, but he does decide to punish. Probably should have seen that coming. Just guy limp shoving. But he's not, he's just getting in there. Oh, we'll let this one go. Lost a few chips in the last couple of hands here, but all is good. Don't think we've made too many mistakes. King 4 to the attack. I think this seems a pretty good spot to attack. Hopefully the button folds. If the big blind decides to shove, I will have to consider calling. He's tanking worried me for a second because I thought I was getting through that. Do get called and the fold. Gonna have to bet once here. There is 5,300 and 60 chips up for grabs. Obviously I don't love it, but I think I have to try once. And he folds. Alright. Building it back up. 4-9 offsuit. I'm not going to be playing this one. We are 37th out of 63. But as I said, very top loaded these games. Very top loaded. I mean, there was only 588 players in this tournament. So the prizes are very top loaded. You've got to pick up bounties, and we haven't done that, which is disappointing. But you never know. Someone might just beam into a seat here when this bloke busts and have a $100 bounty with 8,000 chips, rip it, and we just go, thanks for coming. These things are possible. Someone's trying to ring me. Ben French, one of my friends. I'm going to have to call him back at the break if I make it. Ooh. Just had a... Oh, it was like a funny bone thing. I don't know. Gave me pins and needles and I put my arm down. I already know that I'll call him back. We'll see if he's online. Boat's trying to ring me. He might be noticing that I'm in a tournament and ask me how I'm going. Where is he? He's Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy 92. Ben French. Kept off on for some reason. That could affect me trying to find him. He's not online. Sends me a message. Go away, Ben. Plays all in. This person can't fold. Don't know why we're wasting our time here. Just call with whatever you've got. He's in a flip. Does get ahead. Needs a 2 on the river. There it is. Easy game. Ace Jack under the gun here. We're going to be raising it up. We are actually one player down on this table. If Classy or Ultra Dog decides to rip it, I will call. If anyone else decides to rip, I will not. I do not decide to do that. I think I'm a fair chance of taking down these blinds here, considering I raised under the gun. But sometimes that is not the case. One player to go. Pretty good flop for us here. Appears a pair. I don't expect him to fold. But I think a continuation bet will get this baby through at least 60% of the time. And it does. Bond's now up 501,000 with a layout to 501,000. 501,000 with 125 ante. The ante should be 100. 1/10 of the big blind. It's very easy to do that when the big blind's 1,000. But they've chosen to make it a little bit more, which is fine. So we have 25 big blinds in a dream. 57 players to go in this tournament. We're sitting in 28th. That bloke rips it all in, and I'm certainly not going to be calling him, even though he has a $67 bounty. No, thank you. The Deuce Jack probably won't even be trying to steal here because that guy's proven to attack me. Alright. We have an all in and a call. Ace King being 9s. Ace King needs to hit an ace or a king on the river. It does not. The 9s are going to double up, nearly double up, but eliminate a player and take that person's bounty. And then we didn't really care what happened in that hand because that guy would have had 140 something chips. And an $82 bounty. Or I guess his bounty wouldn't have been that high. Because he just took that bloke's huge bounty. So no, it wouldn't have been that high. And it doesn't tell us what the size of the bounty is in the replay. Did he else pick up that pot? Another shorty all in. Does get called. He's behind. Gonna have to hit some running cards or a 9 here. Jack will split. Would a Jack split? Yes, so Jack would split. Ace Queen's gonna take that down. 5-8 here, not gonna be attacking. Says he's at work. Well, why are you ringing me? You should be working. Another all in here. Pretty good flop for Queen Jack. Seen it happen a couple of times today. Ace King's out the door after flopping 2 better. When he flops the nuts. 10-6 here, won't be paying that one. We're now worth $27.12, so we have made profit off the buy-in instead of just the bounties. Pay jump's still pretty slow at the moment, so we're going to have to run it up a little bit to get a little bit deeper in this tournament. King 9, no thank you. We have an all-in and a call. Another player to act. Costing 5,000 with 18, so he might consider getting in there, even if he doesn't have a very good hand. Considering his options, he does call. Bloke's either going to triple up or be out the door. Oh dear. He does get down a heads up with his pair of 9s. Needs to dodge an ace or a 10. And does. We lost another player. King 10 under the gun. Can't really play the same from this position, so we're just going to fold. Another player beams into that spot. He's pretty happy about himself. Being in the top 46 of the $27 progressive. Look at that on it. Queen 9. In the big blind. Storm Dodon sitting out. He's got 1,800 chips. We're going to lose another player very shortly. That bloke's not going to get back by the looks of it. He'll be out in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands, including this one. Once that small blind hits, he'll be out of there. There is a min raise under the gun. I think I will have to call this if it comes around to me, especially if these people keep calling. You're increasing my odds. 8 to 1. Yes. We don't flop anything. And we're not going to win this hand. Very often. I mean, we could go check, 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 queen. Check, 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 queen. That'd be good. Very optimistic though. And I'll let that one go. That bloke's not letting that one go. He said, I'm all in. Looks like he's got a decision. This is the only tournament he's playing. He's thinking about it. We are starting to get a little bit short again. We know we can run it back up if we need to. Hopefully. We have done every other time we've set this in this tournament. Why not do it again? Ace 3 here. Last time I limped into him, he did shove. I expect this player to probably raise. I don't want to play it out of position, so we're just going to fold. Reserve our 20 big blind stack. Pot does escalate here. Looks like we would have got nothing. They are pretty deep, those blokes. Especially the guy on my right. Bloke moves all in. For a lot. Queen 7's not going to be getting played here. We are 36 there to 41 players remaining, but we are not in any sort of a trouble yet. When the blinds go up in 1 minute, that'll be 6-12. We will be a little bit shorter, but we are still not at shoving stack status. So look at these bounties. They're starting to get juicy. And I haven't got any of them. Stack 2 people. Would be nice to start ripping the people apart. It's pretty hard to rip people apart when you're 36 out of 41. We only cover a handful of people. Queen 9 here. Is that bloke sitting out? I wonder if anyone on the table realises this. Okay. But he has to fold. So, and then he'll be all in next time. Hopefully we'll pick up a hand next time. I mean, pick up that 42 world brownie. But we're going to have to fight for it though. People aren't keen on giving them up. It's a pretty good fight for us here. Not an ideal fight for us. One second. We would have hit the queen on the river on the 4th diamond, which is probably not good. Alright, blinds are up 600, 1200 with a 150 ante. We're starting to get to that stage where we need a hand, or we need people to fold. Gonna make some in-raise on the gun +1. Let's call out the big one. All pretty standard. All pretty standard. We did flop before here. Just turned the heater off in my room, it was getting a bit hot. That's a good hand. Alright, ace queen here. I'm planning, if someone raises, I will probably move all in. Because there's 5,400 in the pot. And they can call with worse hands to try and attack my bounty. That guy's got 198 chips. How did he get through the... How did he... I thought the small blind covered him. Maybe that's a different player. I'm sure. Alright, we're all in here. With the ace queen of spades. I'll probably bust more tournaments with ace queen than any other bust out, I reckon. But nonetheless, we do get it through. We do pick up that pot. Crucial hand for us there. Any chips are good chips for us at the moment. We do move into 30th of 39. Current payout is $28, but they go into 30 something soon. Raise and call. Around to the blinds. The blinds getting 47 to 1 on a call there, so he calls. What do we have? King 7. Yeah. I thought we had a 9 recently. I was like, was it 9 last time? No. Commands a go, Perko. Original Razor decides to continue his charade and takes it down. We're now going to be under the gun. And we're going to be folding 10-6. $37 players remain. 25,000 chips in a dream. We're going to gun for that 1,360 up top. Hopefully. Obviously it's very unlikely. But someone's got to win. Somebody will win. Pretty big pot brewing up here. I mean, there's only 2 big ones out of each player, but it's pretty big. Alright, would have felt the flush draw. And the gutter ball. But you won't see me playing 10-6 on the gun too often. I'm at +1. Georgie. Gavin, we played against him earlier. I'm not sure how long he's been there for. Chip leader is on 102,000 at the moment. But if him and I collided in a hand, and I went all in gold, I would have over 50,000, and he would have 75,000. Somehow they put me on 64,000 PokerStars, but then they're like, wait a second, that's alright. It would be nice if it somehow just stayed there. Alright, so we're going to be on the button here, we're behind the button with the 4s. No short stacks, like extreme short stacks sitting here. That guy does rip. I don't think I'm going to be calling here with 4s, it's too much on a stack. $44 bounty, wouldn't mind that, but I take my first importance is staying in the tournament, then making chips, third making bounties. And guy does hit the flush and doubles up. Hurts this player with the ace-5. We'll move on to the next hand once PokerStars gets itself together. King 2. Nice shove clown with a lot of what? FEQ? A lot of feck. Whatever that means. Pretty unimpressed with what happened last hand, so he just jams. Oh, tilt monkey over there. Shut up, cool vibe. These guys are going at it. Wouldn't be surprised to see a shove here from this play, even though this has happened. Gets a call. Starts to call. The 28th of 34. From the 588 starters, average stack is double mine, but the later you get in the tournament, the more that doesn't matter overly. All that matters is my table. Well, I guess it doesn't matter what stage of the tournament. You just worry about your own table. I can only control what's happening right here and right now. These two are button heads again. Wouldn't be surprised if something gets written in the chat after that hand. King 5 here, we're not going to be playing that one. We are 177 hands in. I have been extremely tight. That's fine. We have won 5 out of 6 showdowns and 15 pots without showdown. This is a good stat to have. If you have that high, it means that when the pots get larger, you are winning, because the pots are more likely to be big on the river. We have a raise from early position from the bloke with the shades. Sid 11211 is considering his or her options. We do get a shove from Perko1024 and a call. Alright, he's very much so behind. He needs a king. He doesn't get it. Interesting snap call there. Ace 9. Probably a little bit too over the position to play this hand. We still have 20 big blinds. Wouldn't have liked to get 3-bet, that's for sure. Good thing we didn't raise by the looks of it. Couple of strong hands colliding here by the looks of it. Ace Queen v5s. Guy needs a queen, is good. That's a good card. Did give the 5s the flush draw, so there's a little bit of a sweat. He also could have hit a straight where he's on the card, but he did get there. We're now in the next pay bracket. This is when the pays start to get okay. So 32 now, 40 is the next one, 54, 64, 80, and then the final table is when it starts beefing up. We have a long way to go to even start thinking about it at this stage though, considering we only have 20 bigs with 34 players left, and we're 31st out of 34 in a bounty tournament where you gotta knock out people, and we can't because we don't cover anyone. Ace Jack here. Blinds are higher. We now have less big blinds. I mean, if he gets min raised here, I will jam any of these players. I think. Maybe. Is that alright? Yeah, nah, that's fine. There'll be 6,000 in the middle of some roses. Definitely fine. Unless I feel like someone's super strong. Okay, now we're folding. I was just about to say, if it gets around to me, I'll be jamming, but now we're definitely folding. Ace Queen, it's probably a call. Ace Jack on the edge. Ace 10, definitely a fold. We were on the cusp of okay. We did somehow move up a spot even though we lost chips in the rankings. Gonna be breaking 5 minutes. So people are starting to take this sweet time. Is there a money jump coming up? 34? No. Why are people taking ages? I do not know. I'm going to be playing the Queen 5 here. Six Jack on the button. Take. This person that's tanking us, Sid. Come on, mate. Right. Do we attack? Okay. Interesting to call out a small one now. We would have flopped a 6. There's check. enough of the checking, he says. Takes down that pot. Ace 9. With 15 big blinds. So we're going to wait a little bit longer here. Good thing we did. By the looks of it. Does get a shove through. Kung 3. No, thank you. Still 34 players left. The players slowed down considerably, but as I said, the money jumps are starting to get reasonable. So I guess people are starting to play real poker. We do have a raise of 3,100 and a call from the button. I expect that the big one will call, and it does not. Oh dear. Bam. But loves ribbon. Ooh, nearly. Where's the other king? And we found on the king 7 here. There's a limp under the gun from Pozo 82. 17. Let's pick up a raise. This guy loves jamming. Wouldn't be surprised if it just goes like, call, check, all in. So predictable. And he gets gold. Oh, he's ran into it. Did he need the club? No, he's no good. I mean, if I know he's going to do that, then he knows he's going to do that. So maybe he just called thinking, if I hit a pair, I'll get the double up. Check. Go. Pozo is now a contender in this tournament with his stack. Sid never makes a decision rationally, always thinking. Does fold, does fold. We're now on a break. Alright, be back in 5 minutes. Hopefully we can run it up. 33 players left from $1,360. We're back. Less than a minute to go till we battle it out for the money. Hopefully I can get to double up soon and we can start playing some more hands. I'd like to get a triple up, get up to 60k and then we can play some hands. But right now, we're searching for that double up. Or the money in the middle. It's fine. Either way. 29 here is not going to be the double up hand. It's just on the phone to the guy that was trying to ring me before, Ben French, telling me a couple of bad beat stories from his crown. 12 hours he played, maybe. Had his kings busted by top pair that got it all in and hit another 8 for trips. Also had his 9s run down by 8, so he was pretty unimpressed with those things and decided to tell me about it. I'm sure he'll watch this at some stage and ring me up and tell me off for bringing up his bad beat stories. Normally charge him $2 per bad beat story, but I'll let him off on this one. I'm not going to be playing the Jack 10 under the gun. Did not have a club. 32 players left. Struggling for chips, but still have chips. Next pay jump is not till the top 27, which is $40 American. But we want more. We want lots more. Lots more chips anyway. You mean the big blind here? The guy on my right has the red target on him, which is the bounty leader. No player in this tournament has more bounty stacking money worth than him. If this person min raises, I will call. If he limps, I will check. He does not min raise, it makes it 28. I think I'm still going to call here. 2,800 to win 7,000 with a suited connector. If I flop a pair, I will be moving all in. Maybe even some draws. So really cool. We do flop a pair, but there is a queen out there. Still planning on moving all in. He has a better hand than me. Okay. He has 10 high. Just got to avoid a 10 or a 4. And we do, and get that double up. Just trying to put the pressure on there. Pretty good result for us. We do get that double up we're after. We are now in 18th place of 32. Obviously, you could have had a queen, but I'm willing to take that risk in that situation. $10-3, we're just going to walk to the monster stack on my left. 2 jacks here. This could be a crucial hand for us. I think this is a pretty good spot to raise. Gonna make it 7,280. If we pick up the money in the middle to win 9,000, that's fine. If player shoves, we'll obviously call. This person has just proven to me that they can do it with anything. They do call. His range could be on some sort of a draw or a pair on a draw here. He does shove. We're just gonna have to call here, and hopefully we have the best hand. We're going to have to avoid some cards. That is one of them that we had to avoid. Unlucky for us there. We did get it in with the best hand. We had to avoid the gut shot. The gut shot in the 2 overs. And the backdoor flush draw. Oh well. 32nd place. We do pick up. We do pick up. $24 in bounties, $32. So we made a small profit in this tournament. Obviously, it would have been beautiful to hold in that situation. We would have been on 88,000, which would have put us in 5th spot, but it just did not work out, and that's part of the poker. Alright, might play a couple of spin and goes just to finish off this film stream that I've done. What will we play? We'll play 5 $7 spin and goes. Just to finish it off. See if we can do some short stack tactics. Right, let's make this fit. Hopefully we can win some big money. $14 is what we're going to be playing for this time. Just got to size it. Hopefully I don't have to do this every spin and go. I'm going to fold the 9-2. Also, you've got to be pretty aggressive in these sort of games. Let's go with ace high. Ace jack here. We are going to make it more. We are in position and with a strong hand. He does limp raise. Could he have a better hand than us? Absolutely. But ace jack is too strong for me to fold. We do have the best of it. He does pick up a king though. We need to find a queen or an ace. He does take that one. We'll play another one. Still playing for 14. Ace 9, you're going to start with a raise here. We do get a call out of the big blind. We could check, we could bet here. I think betting is probably the best option. If he has nothing, he'll fold. And we take down that money. 2 5s here. Button folds. We do get a walk. Ace jack again. It didn't work out for us last time, but that's fine. We are going to limp here. We are out of position. If he raises, I will make it more. If he checks. 80 in the middle. We only have 500 starting stack. I'm just going to move all in here. He does call. We have ran into it. This spin and go expedition isn't working out too well by the looks of it. We do lose that hand. Queen 5 is going to fold here. We'll wait for that big blind. Jack deuce. I'm just going to have to go with it here. Only 24 in the call, and he folds for some reason. Absolutely fantastic for us. I mean, I can't see how I can possibly fold there, but anyway. 10-9, not going to rip this one. Hopefully this bloke folds really, really quickly so I can have that 20 blind. Fold, fold. He does move all in and a call. Looks like we're going to be heads up here unless the jacks hold. which they do. We are not heads up. 2-5. We know that this bloke can fold. Not going to be calling this one though. Give me that small blind. 2 queens. Go to limp here. Hopefully he raises. He does not. I don't expect him to have an ace here very often because, like, I have no chips, so he would probably move all in on me if he had an ace when I limp. So we take down that pot. 5-9. No, thank you. Four deuce in the big blind. Luckily the blinds are still small. Not going to be playing this hand, especially when that happens. Alright, we are now up to 15-30. We need a hand. 6-9. If it folds, I will be going all in. If he raises, I have 2 hands to go with my 75 miniature stack. Probably going to be going with this hand here, Queen 3. I know that sounds very, very bad, but I have a queen. And I most likely won't get a better hand than this. So we'll see what happens. Gonna have to majorly improve here. Alright. 3 more spinning goes. Hopefully we can at least win one. Waiting for PokerStars to catch up here. Maybe we'll spin up a 28 and win that one, and then we won't be down off the spinning goes. Not today. Going to be going for a 14 again. Just got to size this. Okay, Jack 6. Let's start with a limp. It's a Yolder. Do flop the flush draw and the open ender. I think this seems like a pretty good spot to bet and not fold. We don't get there on the turn. Start with a check here, and if he bets, we will be calling. We do get the straight on the river. We're only losing to 6-8 in this situation, so I think we can bet for value. And we do get the win. Call us with a 5. 7 deuce here. If he checks, I'll probably bet. If he bets, I'll fold. Let's try and take this money right now. If he doesn't have anything, not even ace high, we could just take it down. He does decide to call. At this point I'm going into check mode. We do reduce. That could be good sometimes, but I'm not going to speculate today. 2 4s here. Just going to limp in. We do not flop a set. I think we have the best hand though, so I'm going to bet 42 chips that that is the case. We do river the boot, but if someone had a jack, we would still be losing. I think he might be on some sort of a draw, a straight, or a flush variety, so I'm going to check. And if he decides to bet, I'm just going to call. Unless he moves all in, then it'll be interesting. He's struggling to make a decision. He may have lost connection. He's playing 2 spinning goes at the moment. Maybe he has a decision on the other table. He does check and take down this pot. He did have ace high. 10-8 here. Let's start with a limp. I'd like to play a hand in position. If he checks, we'll bet. If he bets, he can have it. 8-7. We'll be calling him in raise, getting Pretty good price here. We do flop a gut shot. Wouldn't mind a free turn, but I'm not going to try and chase down that gut shot when I don't even know that my cards are live for outs as pairs. 10-4, just going to fold. Blinds up to 15-30. We are the chip leader at the moment, and not by much. Same with the 10-8 here. I'm just going to limp in with a 9-8. No one's been doing anything about it at this stage. We do flop an 8. I'm going to call at least once here. We do have a pair, and that is a good thing. An overcard does come on the turn and he bombs it. So I'm going to have to let this one go here. Jack 8 of diamonds. We get the walk. 9-5. Just going to limp in, no one's been doing anything about it. And they continue to do nothing about it. I'm going to start with a check here. If someone bets, I'll re-raise. If they all check to me, hopefully a 6 or an 8 doesn't peel on the turn to make my hand not as confident to be good. Right now I'm very confident I have the best hand. I think a min raise is fine here. If any play moves all in, I will call. If someone has 6-8, unlucky to me. If he has 6-8, that is. We're quite happy to take the chips in the middle if we have to, and we do. 3-4 is going to be a fold though. Queen 6 of hearts, we just get the walk. That bloke's sitting out, so hopefully we can just stake this bloke and then just raise into him. Is he still playing on the line? King Queen? He's back. Don't flop anything here, but King High could be good. If he bets, I will find it very interesting and probably call. If he checks, I'll bet. He may have just lost connection again. 60. We're going to have to peel once. That's 120, and I'm just going to let him have it at this stage. Jack 3 of clubs. Wouldn't mind a walk. Alright then. We have dropped down the chip slightly here. That bloke has started to chip up even though he was sitting out. The King 4 here. I'm just going to start with a check. And it's not a very good flop for our hand, so we're going to fold. Queen Jack. I'm going to open raise. This guy's been very, very tight, so if he decides to shove, I'm just going to have to fold. Which is really unfortunate that he's found a hand in this situation. The 9 Dewey. We're going to play 5 spinning goes and not win any? Maybe. Maybe. He does raise and I'm going to let this one go despite my call. He does. One's now up to 2040, so my open raises are now probably going to start to be shoved. So if it folds to me, I'll move all in here. There are 60 chips in the middle. We do take down that pot. Queen 4 is going to be a fold though. I have 6-2 here and I will be folding. $10-3, no thank you. Hopefully I'll pick up a hand on the button here, and we do. Ace-3 with my not many big blinds. That guy's short. Hopefully he calls and we have the best hand. We do. Just got to hold up here, 13% and 0%. Okay, we are now heads up. We are behind in chips, but against a pretty tight player. Who lives? going to fold the 8-7, the 2 10s. Very good hand here. I'm going to limp and hopefully he makes a mistake by raising. He does, and we're not going to be folding, so let's go. We have run into it again, but we've flopped a set. Alright, and hit quads on the river. There they are. Alright. Wouldn't surprise me if he rips it here again. He seems to have changed gears here and just wants to blast me out of the game. 8-10, just going to limp here. Play pot in position if he lets me, and he does. We do flop second pair, and we'll start with a bet. And we do take that pot down. Jack 7. Not going to be calling all in. Ace Queen. See if he falls for the limp shot again. Even though he had jacks, he didn't really fall for it at all. What am I talking about? Do flop very well here. 80 chips in the middle. I'm going to check back. I think our hand is extremely far in front at the moment. We do have a blocker for a straight. 52 chips seems okay. I don't expect him to call. No. 5-7 off. Not going to be calling the all in. Not today, buddy. The Queen 7. He hasn't been raising over my limps, so we'll try. We do flop second pair. I think it's a pretty good spot to start with a bet. I think he would have showed more aggression if he had a king, so I believe we had the best hand. Lines up to 30-60 now. We do have over 1,000 chips and a chance of winning this. He does move all in, and we're not going to be calling with a king yet. 9-2, no thank you. 6-9, he does just let us have it. 3-2, and we say straight back at you. The 2 5s, if he shoves, I will have to call. Hopefully he has a number. He does not. We just have to win the flip. We flop a set, and we turn a full house. Alright, we are now 1-1. I'll just update this. And we'll jump in another one. In a second. Okay. Where are you? Alright. Get another one going. So we'll play 5, so that's what we'll do before I wrap it up. Hopefully they can spin up a little bit more than 14 and have a crack at one though. And they say, 14's all you're playing for. Sorry for the king 3. Just make sure this is sized correctly. Just going to fold here. A lot of people like to shove first hand in spinning goes. They just go, I'm all in. You just love that. Sometimes it's okay to pick up a good hand. Ace-6 here, I'm just going to start with a check in position. Don't flop anything, but ace-5 could still be good. If he bets, I'm going to call once. I might shut down on turns. I mean, do we call again here? I think re-raise. Oh, re-raising? I don't think he's folding a queen or a 9. I'm just going to let this one go. 2-4. Just going to start with a limp here. We do get it through, we flop a 2. I don't think he ever has an ace here with a re-raise, so unless he has an 8 or a better 2, we could just win this pot right here. And we do. 9-7. We'll see if they react to me limping on the button. Will they let me play my hand in position? Black says, I'm all in. Alright. 2 jacks here. Hopefully we don't run into 10s in either set. We'll be calling this too good of a hand to fold. We just need to dodge an ace, and a straight draw, and a flush draw, and we did. Alright. This player here decides to raise, I'll call. This player's already all in. We do flop. Okay, and we bink it on the turn. Just going to start with a check here. If he bets, I'll just call. We do lose to 6-7. That is an unlikely hand for him to play this way. I'm going to check. And I'm just going to call. I'm just going to call. 3. No, I could win the whole tournament here. I'm all. We have the same hand. We're going to split that money. We're now heads up with the chip advantage. 6-7. Will you let me now do a heads up? Okay. We do flop second pair. Going to start with the call here. We have a 3 flush as well. An ace is a scary card for him. I'm actually going to try and represent it. It's very unbelievable though that I would have it when I'm limping, but he does believe the story. We're going to start with the check here with a 7-10. Don't flop anything. If he checks to me twice, if he checks to me on the flop, I'm going to have a crack at this pot. I don't think I have to bet too much. If he's got nothing, then just win. Jack 2, not going to try raising or limping with that sort of a hand. Blinds are now at 15-30. 5-3. Does let me have it. Ace Queen. Going to try raising this time. See how he reacts to this. If he shoves, I will snap call. We do take down that pot. Jack 6. He does min raise, so I'm going to start with a call. We do not find a flop that we are looking for. He checks back sometimes. Once he checks back, I think that I can at least have one stab at trying to win this pot. I can always turn the 5 if he calls. And we do take that pot. 5-9, back to the limping game. He does let me do it. We do flop a flush draw. I think this is a good spot to put a wager out there. If he raises all in, I'll probably call. Just going to check now. And then we only have 9 high. He is showing that he might have something. We do repair. If he bets, he doesn't bet. I have showdown value here with my 5. If he has missed diamonds or just calling for some reason, I'll just win. Maybe 6. Does he have 6? Alright, he did miss his diamonds. Diamond would have been a very good card for me. We do get a walk with kings, which is pretty disappointing. Ace 6, going to raise here. If he moves all in, I will call. With my suited ace, he will be shoving with hands like king, queen, king, jack, and then queen, jack. Smaller pocket pairs and 6s. Queen 7. He does let me have it. It looks like he's looking for that double up now, so that's a good thing for us if he's deciding to fold 80% of his hands. Jack Queen. A raise and not fold here. It's a pretty good hand. We are suited. He does decide to call. And he can have it because I'm not a very good flop for my hand. 6-10 offsuit here. Wouldn't be surprised if he walks me. So he's looking for that double up. And he might not have a hand to do so. He does limp and we're going to check. We don't flop anything. We start with a check here. If he doesn't have an ace, he might not bet. He does bet. We have a very poor hand and we're just going to let this one go. Pocket deuces, going to raise. If he decides to move all in, we will call. King 10, again, if he moves all in, we'll consider calling. This hand might be just outside of the range of calling. 7-8, just going to try and attack his big blind. If he moves all in, I will fold. And we move on to another hand. 9 deuce. No thank you. 9-10, going to go back to that limping game, mixing up my ranges to see how he reacts to this. He's now decided that he's just going to shove every hand, so maybe I need to tighten up. Blinds are up to 20-40. We still have a 2-to-1 chip advantage, so it is not the end of the world. Ace King here, if he moves all in, will snap. He decides not to when I actually have it. Queen 5, we'll just let that one go. 8-5. Makes it 3x for the first time in the game. Ace 3, I'm going to limp. If he shoves, I'll call. He doesn't shove. We do flop a 3 though. I'm going to start here with a check. If he bets the turn, I will call once. And hopefully he shuts down on rivers if he has nothing. He doesn't shut down and we let him have this one. Oh, he's getting back in it. 10-7. Ace 8. A raise. If he shoves, I will call. The blinds are starting to get to that stage where I just have to with this sort of a hand. We have to win a flip here. Spade, ace or 8. We do hit the 8. Alright. Game text. What are we? 2 out of 3. Alright. Close that one. Play 2 more spin and goes, and then I'll wrap it up. It's annoying that I have to position this every single time, but anyway. Are we playing for any more than 14? PokerStars? Nope, 14 again. Alright, 3-7's going to start with a fold. If we win this one, we cannot be down. No matter what. I mean, one of the next 2 will be up. Spin goes. I like our chances. We'll see how that goes. Playing against the Swedish person, the Ukrainian, and the Australian. Alright, we're now heads up immediately. He does have a 2-1-2 advantage, considering he stacked that bloke first hand. Ace King here, we're going to start with a raise. He does call. We don't hook up, but I think this is still a half decent spot to continue. If he has nothing, we'll fold and we can take down the pot. Ace 7 here, we do get the walk. 7-6, just going to limp. Hopefully we can play a point in position here. If he makes it 40, even 60. Let's start with a call. 2-1 in position. We'll fill the gut shot. I think our 7-6 is often live, so we'll call once. Ace, he just immediately bets, and we can let him have it. Jack 4 off. Let this one go. We'll raise the King Queen. He does call. An ace does come on the flop, which is probably better for us than him. I think that if he doesn't have an ace, he will not continue. I feel like I might get check raised here. Are we going to check raise? No, we're not. We'll take it down. Ace 10. Can move all in here. There's 80 chips in the middle with very shallow stacks in these games. Ace 10 is probably in front. And it looks like it was. Just going to limp with the 8-5 here. He makes it 80 this time because he made it 60 last time we called. So we'll take that into note for next time we decide to win. King Queen. Can't fold here. I'll start with a check. He bets. I'll probably just let this one go. That is a very bad flop for my hand. Queen Dewey, not going to live with that. 8-10, if he min raises, I'll call. Even that. I think my hand's good enough to see a flop here. Not the best flop for us here. We'll start with a check. And we're going to let this one go. King 5. We're going to open. Take that one. Ace Jack, can hopefully make it 60. We can move all in. Our hand is the best hand here often enough to do so. He does fold. Blinds are now at 15-30. 2 jacks here. I've been limping with weak hands, and he knows this. Well, not weak hands, but a lot of like 6-7s and 8-5s and stuff. He's been making it like 4x on me, so maybe he might do it this time. No, but we do flop the set. We'll start with a check. If he bets a turn, I'll re-raise. Hopefully we can get it in. He doesn't want to play. 5 deuce here. Not going to be playing that one. Jack 9. He knows I've been raising with good hands, so I guess I'll raise with the, start mixing up my ranges. 3 and a 3. Just gets the wall. Jack 4, I'm not going to play that one. 7-5. He likes making it 3x. 3-4. Just going to limp in here. He knows I limped with jacks before, but he decides he's going to attack my limp. Keep that in mind for when we have a good hand, if we pick on it for the end of this game. King 3, going to start with a raise. Take it down. King 9, if he makes it an amount, I'm going to move all in. There is 90 chips in the middle. King 9 is not, of course I've been shoving with those aces. I think King 9 isn't far behind those hands of possibility of being in front, being high. 4-10, no thank you. Queen 8, makes it 3x. Gonna have to pick up a hand here and get a double up soon. These blinds are starting to get pretty large. He probably will attack my limp and fold into a couple of my raises, so I'll try and we'll get it done. 5-8 here, just going to defend, getting a good price. We do flop the open ender. If he bets 60, I will call. He does bet 60, so I better do it. We turn the straight. We're only losing to 5-6, which would have already flopped a straight, and start with a check here. 120. I mean, I think the best tactic here would be to flat call and then jam the river, making it look like I might have missed something. Hopefully he has an ace, and he does not. King 5, start with a limp, see if he's still attacking those. He is. I lose 30 chips supplying information there. Ace 4, 6-4. We're going to start with a raise. He does move all in, and we cannot call. The Queen 3 here, if he makes it 90, I cannot continue, which he likes to do. The Ukrainian blinds are now up to 20-40. 6 Dewey. I'm going to attack once. And if he does that, okay, now I'm going to have to go into double up mode. I only have 14 big blinds. Pocket deuces. I guess if he folds, that's fine. If he calls, we have to win a flip. We do not in a flip. We are not in a flip. And looks like we're going to lose this one. Okay. So what are we? 2 out of 4. So we've got to win the last one to make profit. The pressure is on. Can we do it? Maybe PokerStars have saved the $42 spin and go for the last one. Maybe that's what they've done. Alright, the final game of the day. It looks like it's going to be 14. No, they have organised one for us. $28. Can we get the victory at the death? We've got a different colouring for this game, because it's a bigger one. Just going to move this into position here. What cards are they giving me? 6-2. No thank you. King 9. Just going to limp here. Hopefully I can play a pot in position here with a decent hand. If they check it to me, I will bet. If they bet, I will fold. And we move on to the big. We do have 9-10, and apparently that black shove once it's caught up, so just gonna let that one go. 7-8 here. Just gonna limp into him. We have a pretty good hand. We don't flop anything. Just gonna put a wager out there to start off with. If he doesn't have anything, we can pick up that 40 chips. If he calls, okay. It's very unlikely that he has a 9 here, I think. Probably would have re-raised in a little pot, so I'm just gonna check. And if he bets, I will call. We do river 2 pair. Flush does get there. He might have bet into a flush draw. He could also have a straight, but that's unlikely. I'm going to check here, and if he bets, I'm just going to call. Depends how much it is. Alright, we're just going to call that one. We do pick that up when he's trying to bluff with 6 high. We've got 2s, just going to limp in. Hopefully this bloke checks. Still think I can call here. Pretty poor flop for my hand. These guys can battle it out. Looks like there'll be a new chip later after this hand. You guys are pretty keen. The bloke's left himself with 88. Okay, start with the check here. We do flop an 8. I'm going to put a wager out there. I mean, he doesn't. It's very hard for him to have Jack 10 because I have a Jack, so it blocks that. 7-10 is a straight. He would have to call the gut shot, which I guess would be quite fine. I'm just going to check here. We do river trip 8s. If he bets, I probably would have re-raised, but now I feel like I can look for value. If he raises, I'll just call. Alright, we'll take that one now. Ace Dewey. We'll move all in here on the short stack. Ace is highly likely in front, and he agrees. 5-6. I think this guy's going to be moving all in, so I'm not going to play that here. He does have pocket 2s. He's got to win a flip, and he has, with his set. Still very short though. I'm now second in chips at the moment. 5-7. If he moves all in, I cannot call. He can have the 45 chips up for grabs. Jack deuce. I'm gonna let this one go. And the guy calls half stack and then moves all in. He's definitely getting called. He has a 9 high flush draw, but it's no good. And the Jack high 8 flush is going to take that one down. We're now heads up. He's got chip lead, the German. Playing for $28. Pocket 7 is going to start with the raise here. If he moves all in, I'm just going to have to call. I have no choice in this situation. He does decide to call. Very coordinated flop here. I'm going to start with a check. Pretty good card for us on the turn. I think we have the best hand now, so if we did on the flop, we should on the turn. So I'm going to start with a wager. And he does say that you can have it. Jack 7 here, if he mid raises, I'll be calling. If he does that, then he's got it. Queen 5, going to start with a limp. See how he reacts to this. Looks like he's going to let me do it for now. We do flop a flush draw and a second pair draw. It's unlikely that he has a king. I'm going to start with a wager. And he does say you can have it. Queen 3. Pretty happy to check here and see a flop. We do flop top pair. I'm going to start with a check. If he bets, I'll re-raise. If he checks, I'll bet turn. 40. He does let us take that one. Try min raising, see how he reacts to this. He does let us have it. Jack 7 again. He seems to be sitting there waiting for like big aces and just jamming them. So I think min raising might be a better idea than limping against this player, because his hand ranges are just I'm all in when he has something, which is fine. He does decide to call this on. We flop a gut shot. Let's start with a check. We do have a 3 flush as well. We could turn a 7-4 spade or 6 that would improve my hand. 4 does pair me. I actually think I have the best hand here, so I'm going to bet for the own protection. And we do take down that pot. Queen 4 here. He's probably all in. As he picked up something. I'm going to try something different here. I'm going to try and play back at him on his limps. He does decide to call. Let's start with a check here. Once he checks back on the flop, I think it's unlikely that he's not calling with a 5, so I think I'm going to try and take down this pot just here. Don't have to bet too much, I don't think. I think if he has nothing, he'll probably fold. We do take down that pot and get the chip lead. 9-7, going to be min raising. Has he got that hand that he likes to move all in with? Or that hand range? We do flop a 7. I think that I'm going to start with a check here. Hopefully no club fills off on the turn. An ace is probably a good card for us. I'm going to try and represent it. Don't have to bet too much here. I'm actually going to bet less than that. I'm going to bet 70. I think if he has nothing, he'll fold. And if he has a club draw, he'll probably call. Ace 9. Just going to start with a check here. We do flop an ace. Still checking. Going to check again. If he bets, I'll re-raise. I think I'm miles in front at the moment. Alright, now we're checking. Going to go on the larger side to see if I can get a call from a queen or a 5. He says no. 10 deuce, not even going to bother. 9 8. If he thinks, if your min raises, which he does, I'm going to call. We do flop an 8. He's saying, I decided that he was booming his aces, like just moving all into them. So I think he doesn't have an ace here. I'm about 70. Assuming I have the best hand. Looks like I do. King 8 here, going to try and steal his big blind. If he calls, that's fine. He decides to let me have it. We now have a 2-1-2 advantage. 10-3, not going to be playing that one. Jack 8, again, going to attack. If he moves all in, I'll have to fold. If he calls, that's fine. If he folds, that's fine. 2 5s here. Can't fold this hand. Ace queen, gonna have to win a flip. Gotta dodge an ace or a queen twice. We do. Alright. So we ended up winning 3 out of 5 with a $28 spin and go in there. So the spin and go expedition ended up okay. I'm gonna wrap it up now. It's just under 5 hours, so hopefully you guys have enjoyed what I've done today. This is my first time doing something like this, and if you enjoyed it, please let me know. If you didn't enjoy it, let me know as well, so I can improve when I try and do it again. Alright guys, see you guys soon.